So, as I'm walking my dog, and hopefully he poops today, we're going to go over with the Bluetooth microphone, of course, from the hearing aids I wear, whether or not people can understand how I would like them to reintroduce the rotary piston rotary engine as a standard, thanks to increased displacement like torque for given outright size of the engine. Great. Of course, my dog decides to try and get a freaking straw. Okay. Anyways, all right. Let's do this real fast. So we're going to use a basic pivot style singular crankshaft. Okay, so they're going to pivot to each of the three. So there's outside and inside. A good way to put that is that they are pivoting from the 4 engine blocks that you'd cast. In this instance, really not really. If I'm being really brutally honest, they're just effectively slightly bent plates with some gasket material in between with the right tube in the middle. Because people don't like casting, apparently. And for what it's worth, casting is kind of annoying for some to do. Not everybody has like the ability to do that. So it's like I wanted to make it extraordinarily cheap to manufacture this. So let's see here. So let's take a standard crankshaft. All right. So we're gonna have a cross plane, bottom, down, and right or left, depending on how you look at it. Now this is what is super nice about the internal round structure that you need to have for this to work as a pivoting style, like the one singular connecting rod connected to 4, okay? And then using that, they are able to have a better, I guess, sort of a compact crankshaft. There's a version of this, but this one's not going to be able to do that the way that they are doing it, because we want 3 to go off at once for the full 12 that we'll have. So 4 times it will go off with 4 exhausts, and it'll rotate accordingly and be balanced properly. All right. Now the pivot is pretty simple. It pivots to the other areas of the crankshaft with like what is effectively a static girdle almost that you're going to have to rest on and seal to the piston rods, of course, the connecting rods that have to exist while this is going on. All right. So let's think about it differently than you would think normally. The crankcase is the sides, the front and rear sides, to a rotary. Okay, that's how you have to look at that. Up, down, left, and or right, depending. Then it has to be balanced with a pivot. All right. So as one goes up, that's also bringing something in. We're also pivoting others in their connecting area halfway through. Okay, so they'll meet all together in the middle, either on the way up, on the way down, or somewhere in between, with the opposing side, of course, heading down or heading up. All right, so there is a need, of course, for the girdle as a circular area. Now we have to also have very close up and down points in a and side points in this crankshaft, which means it looks an awful lot like a zigzag. Zigzags are extraordinarily strong, so instead we use sine waves. Sine waves that can be used as a singular point when they are diagonally connected during their upward motion instead of full vertical or full horizontal. But that means they have to have a pivot X point that works with the connection at the zenith of the arch of the sine waves that exist. Alright, so as such, the rotation of it as it goes around has to intersect through a given point, which is the pivot point, which allows for it to not do anything more than act as a bearing point. So this going up, let's say it's just a standard, goes up and it goes down. All right, and it's got to be diagonal. Well, an opposing pivot point means like that connection where you're trying to have like an actual like kind of thing for a bearing. Well, it has to be a pivotable, moving thing, which has to have the front and rear crankcase be a part of it. So, I guess a good way to describe that basically is I'm going to feed my dog and give him some water. He actually peed inside while I was taking a shower. So, it was fun to have to clean up afterwards. But, let's see here. So, I'm having to use my hands. So, as it pivots at the zenith, it has to have a connected opposing area that has to go to another side. Alright, so this moving up pushes up the singular 3-pack of pistons. But that's why diagonals and connectings work just fine for the pivots. As it goes up for one pivot goes off and then pushes up another that's diagonal at a degree of angle to it, and then the other one again degree of angle to it opposing. So think triangle, that's perfect, like 60 degrees or whatever it is. And so that allows for it to have those arches do the work from a singular pivot point from the one rotating crankshaft point. Because it's an arch, and because the stress points have to be supported as a result of those pivot points in every area, it means that it's far stronger than what you'll make, most likely, as any of your given crankshafts. Because two have to go down for the opposing one, but you can't use two, so it has to go bisect through the pivot diagonal that goes and sends inwards another piston off to those 60 or whatever it is degree angle for the triangle. But then the triangle, let's say it was 12 and 7 and 4 or whatever it is, right? Roughly. Well, that then rotates over, and it does it over again, and it does it over again. And that is why there is 3 arches instead of 1, up, down, and 1 off to the side. Because that 1 off to the side is fully balanced by an opposing side as it rotates, with the pivot points that, geometrically speaking, are going to go and extend back out. which is effectively like, well, if I cut this idea that you have, that I need it to intersect through these points, because fuck you, really, why would I? Then now, instead it's just pieces of bent rod with a bearing that pivots at the perfect geometric angle for transfer of vertical energy. For this go up, that go down, that go down. Sort of thing. So still there's heat and friction, and of course I also have to still allow for the connecting rod to bend, and well, rotate over, from its center point in position, right? And so like that will go down, but the others don't need to. And it happens to have a big space for the connecting rod, where there is an opposing angle of arch. So the rod now can go out or in at the appropriate times, timed with the crankshaft timing. It's a really simplistic brute force, just get her done kind of style, instead of trying to reinvent much of anything. It works. Most people probably don't know geometries very well like that. And so as a result, it's like, so you could just use one. Yeah, well, pistons happen to be circular and round, not flat, which then turns it into, because you're doing the circular, not round thing, the bore, I kind of need to like figure out how to use that space as efficiently as possible. If I use one, I don't get the results I'm looking for, but if I use three, I will get the results just fine. Because one pushing over here helps with the movement and pushing in there or down here. And effectively, it's harmonically balanced alongside of regularly balanced. So like I don't have the inline four issue, and I don't have the similar issue as a potato, V twin. And I don't have the same issue as a V or an inline six as most would have. So personally, why I do it. Okay, so it's just I have to describe these angles to people and figure out how best to have them effectively just cast and then forge the crankshaft. Because it's like, let me just get some steel. Boom, boom, boom. It worked. Here's polish on these sites. And then the crankcase now is like the pivot angle area, which makes it structurally stronger for the casing that you have to have for this. So, and then there's, of course, the circle, but the circle also has to have the ability for this to move the way it needs to. And so if you don't know, the inner circle helps with the pivot, but also rotational aspect, which I'll come back to that later, because think of it just like a big ring gear more than anything else that has these pivot points, just act like because it's rotating this way, a crank for a bicycle. And that'll just dump itself into the central axle, which would be what this is a part of. So, so let's say it was at 12, because I was at 12. Let's say it was the middle one. The middle one was at 12. instead of the front or rear. All right, so middle's at 12. The front, because it's positioned, let's say it was directly, 6 o'clock. And then the other one, you're looking forward from the rear of the engine forward, not from the front to the rear. So rear of engine forward. And the other one's off to the right. All right, because these pivot like this, and this pivots off of that, because of the 2 from each one of those, it means it extends the length of actual travel that is necessary for this to work. So this goes in, that goes in. So directly rear, it's going to extend inwards, but then position forward, another thing. So think like rocker arms back in the day. If the crankshaft pushes up, camshaft pushes up, then that pivots at this angle, and then that pushes down. Okay. Now, if you do this at the right areas for the connecting rod, because this would just be another bearing that has to be placed upon a pivot point as it goes up. It then means that as it pivots on this side with multiple pivot points to it, it then shares its load with much smaller amounts of this in terms of size for parasitic loss. So I can make them really, really small and thin and get very, very significant results, because it's now spread to the other 2. The only problem is it's like, all right, so how do I describe this goes in, that comes up, that goes off to the side, and so, you know what I mean? Like, how do I describe that to people where it's like, well, this would then allow for this kind of like an accordion, or it would extend, except you wouldn't be using an accordion. Really, you're using the crank, gear sort of thing, as it rotates in and then goes up and then goes out, and then that would then come back into as it would continue moving on. This rotation from the pivot then moves over and then goes back in, and so it looks like an elliptical, but then it transfers to its crank ring gear the energy alongside of to the pivot. It's pretty easy for me to imagine, but I guess it'd take a little while for people to understand it. But it's okay. Like, that just means that this part technically isn't even needed. It's just a structural stability part. So if I have that ring thing there, it means is like I have multiple connecting points here that then do this sort of action. Okay. And then it has stronger stability throughout the entire crankcase, and now it's also able to be sealed, because then I can have a singular just cylinder type thing that holds it all in, that allows for the connecting rod to go up and then back down through it. Because I'm doing that, it also, as it moves left to right, or however you want to picture it, that also allows, as it's moving down, for it to push oil in and then move it over in a consistent circular motion from out to back in, from in to back out, with the pivoting sections. So now it's a torque converter lubricator pump. Okay. Now I also get oil back into the piston skirts, kind of like a squirter, alongside of into where the oil ring would be, and it won't push through just sitting around and then draining into the rear or the bottom of the rotary piston rotary 12 that we're talking about, since now it is sealed. And I was like, well, a couple of cylinders and plates would be literally all that's necessary. I get some cylinders, I cut a dovetail into it, more or less, basically, a couple of places, and then get a couple of plates, and then Bob's your uncle, effectively. Just weld it, and it'll work just fine like that. And same thing with the top, which you don't really need to weld, but I'm sure that they'll do it anyways. And then the other thing was like just bend steel plate at the correct angle, and then combine it in 4 parts. Make sure to drill and properly lap your poppet valve areas. Make sure the right holes are there for your oil return and your coolant return. And you're good to go with some basic brass and or steel O-ring equipped fittings and the correct bolts to bolt it in. Studs and or just regular bolts will do the trick just fine. Super ridiculously cheap now, because it's just bending steel, sliding it in, and then clamping it together with the crankcase, which would again just be bent steel, some bolts, and some bearings. It's probably like the cheapest, fastest way to make a rotary 12 perform like this and be as light as you can probably reasonably get it. Kind of a thing. But if you wanted to cast, casting's not impossible. For what it's worth, I can totally cast this. It's the same thing. It's like, all right, so this is the mold. All right, yeah, right. Well, this is the other mold for that crankcase. Okay, this is the opposing mold for that crankcase. All right, you're gonna just press fit in some bearings. And then the other thing is, this is a big round cylinder that you're just going to stick all together and slide it over the top with the right gasket material, and then clamp it down. It's not even a joke. Like, it'll bend or something. I'm like, not really. Like, wouldn't there... Wait. So you just cast like the head? Don't you cast yours? Yeah, but just... I mean, yeah, I suppose, right? Yeah. It's the same thing. It's just a big old cylinder. Just really, not super long. It's just a fat, wide one. With the right little relief cut, or no, in the cast mold area. So, then the gasket material is effectively the same thing. And then it's just bolted on, and it squeezes itself in. Well, yeah, and poppet valves are another version. So it's like if you get the plate here and you bend it, the poppet valves are effectively a valve cover, and this is another version of just screw this in and get some high temperature silicone for like a cylinder that you bent in the right little velocity stack thing, angle it like this, and allow for air to come in from the valve cover kind of side, but then you've got this area for your oil, and this is your coolant line, which is really just like slot this in, slot this next one, and so on, because you bent it, which is just you with a drill or Dremel or whatever, and then you bend it, and then it slides over in sections, and then those are your coolant and oil return lines. And then here's your poppet valve, which is literally just on the cover or on the valve cover thing, more or less, because it's like, well, why would I do this weird, like, elongated, stupid, tube? This makes no sense. So instead, I'm just gonna get like a fucking couple of plates that I bent the right way, or they're curved, and then as long as I can rotate one singular thing down here, this rotates that up there. So as it rotates, the gear then pushes down, because there's another gear. So it's like there's a gear at the top in the valve cover that then will rotate another gear down, which is connected to the intake. That valve, which is angled now, then goes down, and then it goes back up. I don't need springs anymore. And since I need like a basic kind of bearing anyways, it makes sense to do it easier that way with like a little rod, little axle that has a bearing in between the two spots of where the funnels are for your intake and exhaust, which are quite a bit more cooled at that point. Because it's like, well, I'll just put a tube within a tube, and then I'll vacuum it out, and then I already sealed it with like this oil return and this coolant return. And so I'll just let it like, do its thing in terms of like air, heat and cool for exhaust over there and intake over here, and then that'll work. These are the pump areas, because like, remember it needs to rotate something to be able to do that, right? Yeah, well, it's just a singular axle from that axle, which could be internal, or you can just, brute force it with an external one. Doesn't really matter, you know what I mean? Just stick a singular thin, able to handle the torque. And then this is gear matching stuff for your timing, for your valve and everything else, which would just be up and down, and simple stuff. But like, for me, it's like, all right, I don't want to do that because it's a waste. It's a huge parasitic loss. I hate it. Like, it's super brute force will work just fine, but it's a huge parasitic loss, and because of that parasitic loss, I don't want to do that. Because there's multiple gears, multiple all these things. So what I ended up doing was making like a basic kind of move of like, here's a vacuum, and then here's a spring. And so I did the reverse of a push rod. So it's like, as it sucks, it then sucks the valve up. No. Sorry. Someone else was thinking that. And they're thinking like the pivot rocker arm. And I was like, no, I'm never going to do that. So it's like, this pulls down the valve because it's a diaphragm. Okay. So it's like, it opens up, a larger cavity area that it wants to ultimately fill. There's a pressure that's around underneath that given, or really above that given diaphragm that's attached to the poppet valve. Once the top part of the diaphragm becomes, or bottom really, becomes such that it has a place for it to go into, it'll push down. And then the spring, of course, isn't really there. And so once it fills back up, and then there's, like what is effectively another vacuum above it, it pulls it back up. But instead, it was like, well, they're both vacuums. They don't know that they're both vacuums because they share the same vacuum. So it's like, this part of the vacuum was open to this part. And so that then means that it didn't know that there was nothing there on the other side. So a good way to describe that is, there is, technically speaking, no real movement. The bearing is what does this. The bearing is sealed to the stem. But because the stem is such that it's not really a diaphragm. You know what I mean? Like you know, because it's just a stem, right? But it's like that's not really the case. It's a sealed environment, and so because it needs to go down and it needs to float to have a boundary of something to be able to seal, then what happens is as exhaust is exhausted, it then allows for a vacuum to show up at the top that is just the bearing itself moving up. And then once it's closed, it then goes back down because the rotation of the crankshaft here for that ring valve creates a lower pressure zone that then allows for it to go down, and then it'll move away, and then now it equals out its pressure to where it'll return back. The bearing is now the diaphragm, but like it has to be attached. Well, kind of, yeah, sort of. So it's a good way to put that. So the bearing can be attached to a valve stem, but the valve stem is definitely separate. It gets put into the bearing. Now, to put it plainly, I don't need to rotate or move anything technically outside of the bearing. And the bearing, from its view and perspective, looks very similar in terms of staying in its relative position. Because I always feel like I have to like describe something before I give them the basics of what this is. So it's like the bearings within inside of the bearing. Well, good question. Yeah, basically, I guess that's a good way, I suppose, to put it. See, like there's still a point where the stem is, right? So it's like the stem has to be within inside of this thing. All right, but like it has to be sealed in such a way that it has a Stirling vacuum effect to equalize its pressure to be where it is. So it's like there's nothing there, and its relative position didn't change because the bearing that holds that cap went down and then also changed where it views its version of what the vacuum that's in there is doing. So instead, it became a spring tension going downwards because the stem is hollow. Yeah, I know, right? Like, what? Yeah, the stem's hollow. So the stem is hollow, and it has no air inside of it. But then when it goes into this, which also has no real air inside of it, but like when the vacuum or air that's coming through goes in, well, this is a greater vacuum, right? But it doesn't really notice that. Okay. So for it looks like it actually gained a spring tension down that it's trying to pull. So as it pulls like an outer from the inner casing of this hollow stem, bearing is out. Then thing inside bearing exists. Then stem, which is hollow, exists. Shh. The diaphragm, as movement of air, goes from exhaust, then sucks up what came into hollow stem, making it return back to vacuum. Okay, so as air come in, all right, air cannot go into this tiny hole. So what does it do? It makes outer become diaphragm. Yeah, basically, that's good enough. Like honestly, that's good enough. So it's like the stem is like I can't do this thing, right? So it's like the cap that sits on the stem goes down, but then it's like there's this hollow that wants to not be there, right? Like something wants to get in it. Okay, well, yeah. So then it's going to push the diaphragm that exists in there down towards where that hollow part is, and so like that extends it a little further, but it's connected such that it will only just allow for it to go back off into where the exhaust is. All right, and since it's really just holes that allow for this and sliding, which is what a poppet valve does for a bearing anyways, and then it's cooling and heating depending on how you look at it, because you gotta have oil to a degree, having it such that the oil is actually the sealing part. So it's like, because of these little rivet or higher areas or whatever you want to call it, then it makes it so it's harder for it to move through, and then the oil becomes so like pressurized in that area, then it can't move, and it's sealed, and the gas has to go another way, and then it'll open, and then it allows for it to be reflushed through, which is just fluid dynamic stuff. It's literally all it is. So it's like, think top hat with like little extra raises on the top hat, and then they fit into a like little divot area. And then as it goes down and then opens and then exhaust, but it's not really, then the fluid that is the air, which is the exhaust actually, then gets filled into that. But this can't really do anything. So it's like trying to travel to this, but it can't do it, which is why it exerts a given pressure differential, which extends it even further. Because I don't want my intake getting into my freaking exhaust, and I certainly don't want my intake getting into my anywhere else, because it'll have fuel in it. So it's like, and then exhaust just gets yeeted out after it goes through what is the equivalent of a Jules Thompson pulse tube cooler. So as it goes from like, I'm compressed to I'm much less compressed, and there's stuff around moving rapidly. And there are several fluids here that I can dump my energy into. And so then it gets yanked out. But it's like, well, it has to close. And it's like, well, during the movement and the heat and the dumpage and then all that, then it goes like, I'm now a vacuum. Sunk. Which just turns it into like, so effectively I pushy the one, the three really basically open, and then it does it itself by using thermodynamics. But so it's like, right, the ring thing becomes a vacuum mover. So it's all right. So the exhaust does this little push through over kind of thing, but it's like, this is really, realistically speaking, just like, hey, so you remember when like you were like, all, nah, man. Well, I opened up the nah, and it was like, pressure, bro. And so then it was like, yeah, but not like regular pressure. It's pressure over here, and then like I vacuum you down like that, and then you open really, really fast. Because you effectively have the equivalent at that point acting on you of however much psi that you can shove into the vacuum area around it. So it's like vacuum area, and then this is the psi, right? All right, so it's like this compression area over here says, I'm this compressed. I have this much compressy press. And it's like, and this oil movement and this fucking like, coolant says, I have this ridiculous pressure. And then this motion says, yeah, but actually you were not that much pressure. You were actually suddenly exponentially at that moment in time, this pressure. So I went from like, I'm 5 psi or whatever, to like, I am now 9 ridiculously, I can't actually tell you, because it's like, to me it's 9 billion, but I'm also looking into like nanoseconds, so that doesn't make sense. Because like for a brief nanosecond here, it's 9 billion psi, which is like, really? So, but you know, it's 1 nanosecond that I measure it at. So, you know, but really, realistically, don't they all do like that weird stuff when it's like, no, the marketing says it was this. This one moment, it's like, that's what it was. You know what I mean? So, I said the average is like a hydraulic fluid pressure that would be the equivalent of, um, well, what is it they have for camshafts, like 50,000 psi or something like that when they push down, like where the push part is or something. Yeah, so like that is not what I'm doing. I'm doing quite a bit more than that. And more like the 200K range of PSI, because it's the mass of everything practically moving that's doing it. But now it's very simple because it's like, this is a sleeve of hardened steel that I polish, and another, and this has a lip here, and stuff like that. You do it the right way with the right little holes, and then presto changeo, I have now a really large amount of angled valves that run properly to the crankshaft with better timing and speed than most would believe. Because I can dynamically change the sizing of the valves with a rotational aspect to, the movement of the crankshaft and the valve, and, that kind of sizing and so on. This gives me different degrees, not so much of lift, but of timing and duration, which is a good thing to have. Because it's like, well, I can't really get more from more lift. These are angled to the point where they're basically shoved onto the wall of the cylinder. I always like to do that. People are like, no, do that. But it's like, they're effectively like duck feet. Like, or your hand. Like, take your hand where the wrist is, right, and angle it, and then you take a cylinder and like you try and shove it in. There's like air will go down in really efficiently if you do that. But now that means I don't need the poppet valve to be angled up. I can angle it off to the side to do this, which will fit actually underneath the funnel and underneath the valve covers, because the valve covers are actually where, like, at the top versus the side. So it's like I have like this huge, ginormous funnel, which is technically a valve cover. That is my intake to the poppet valve area, which is my manifold. And then here's my exhaust, which then just dumps off, basically. Yeah, no, because like, look at it like a human heart. So it's like it comes in and then it curves in, right? And it's like kind of like the opposite. So we're doing like up top, up above, in, dumping in, then it does this little thing for the whole, 4-stroke process, and then it goes up, and then it exhausts off to the side, which goes up slightly, and then, spreads accordingly to the best scavenge for the next given exhaust. So it's like, think this is a tube that then leads to this other tube that it was already needing, from the trailing end of that exhaust, this extra increase of vacuum. And so like that'll go off to that. And like all of that does is just spin a big ginormous uh, degree of fan blades that then transform, or so it's like, think like a regular scoop blade thing for your hands that then like curve off into what is effectively just a big hunk of a Peltier. So it like goes in, and then it's curving it to then go into the forward, and then it has to go backwards, right? But it can't really do that. So instead I was like, expand in this area of circle. And then once you have gotten to this point of expansion, you'll be let go. And so like it's effectively a couple packs of that. So it's like forward and then the rear. So think one side and the other, and then top and bottom. Okay, because to be able to do that kind of effect from all 12, I have to use all top, bottom, front, and rear to make that work. But it's like, it's already expanding and going away from this little area over here. Well, shoot, and it closes, and it goes off into it. And then it goes and rotate, you know what I mean? So basically, it's a version of like that. And then it all comes out one area after having expanded as much as it reasonably could upon doing that. And here's your fucking catalytic converter or something, I don't know. But it's like this whole big fan blade thingy go burr to ring gear and crankshaft that go burr harder with clutch systemy. With a coupler. So it's a coupler, a regular hydraulic fluid coupler. So this is torque that got put into a coupler that then once it gets fast enough will then engage that as a crankshaft sort of thing. So it doesn't actually reduce its effectiveness because that coupler has to work for the supercharger. So it's like there's a supercharger here that is also like a generator. So that it starts wide, you know, big gear to small gear that slowly goes to bigger. And like the reason why, because this is a big, ginormous thing, you know what I mean? So then it's like, right. But it's a super simple bend some fucking metal and put some stupid ceramic on it. But I usually use aluminum and then I punch some like holes in it and then I'm like, with some powder coat, and then I go burr, and then I wait for a bit, and then I go and burr, and then it's done basically after a couple of coatings of that, and it survives like everything. Anyways, all right, so like you have to have a alternator, okay, right? You have to have that. Simple stuff. But like mine is like, remember that ring shit? And remember the movement up and down? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's my alternator. Yeah, no, I know. Remember the ring gear thing that's like the crank, you know, of a bicycle and all that? That's a ring gear alternator. That's an alternator. Yeah, no. So it's like, all right, so then why would I do that? It's like the answer you seek is simple. These angled valves here are pretty annoying to have to deal with. So think of it like zappities between the two. With a suctiony, thing where it's like, look, this needs electrons, and then they have so much electron. Look at all the electrons, these hollow, valve things with a freaking spiky whatever the fuck, right? Because they have to get really close to be able to make that angled, type of thing happen. So it's like this little pass through right here, and I was like, look at this. I want all of those electrons. And he's like, I need an alternator for anything else. Anyways, so what's that over there? Is that a battery that needs a capacitor? No, this other thing. Okay, that'll work. After it passes through and makes the energy and makes more of the energy, it's supposed to go off and choose a battery with some capacitors. Has a electronic draw that needs to go brr, give me more. So anyways, it was like, this is my resistor making burr juice go burr harder. It's like, that's not a thing, is it? It's like, yeah, no, it is. Yeah, no. Plus, it's a capacitor in its own right. Because it's like, fields are there, dude. look at all my fields. I'm just going to connect it by going, I need something. And then it's like, okay, zap, and then flow of electrons for a while. It's like, what happened to all the electrons that I have for all these other things that I need? Ah, yes. So here's the thing. This will make more electrons. This is my capacitor. This will then complete circuit, which then goes off and then dump with capacitor into this constantly in rotation. And then this is one side of it, and this is another side of it. And then up and down motion equal more generation, because I need a degree of resistance to basically make sure it doesn't die. So otherwise it's like, oh fuck, you melted. It fucking flung itself out with that level of holy lord. Vacuum. Pachoo! Ah, my valves. So it's like, this is a good resistance because it's futile. Because it piezoelectrics everywhere. They're so easy to find. I was like, why don't we use piezoelectrics for everything? This makes no sense that we don't use this more. And then piezoelectrics got involved really fast, especially in the freaking the valve and the spinning thingies and the pivot points. It makes total sense, you know. Far cry from something. So it's like, look at this electron, and I have a few. And it's like, fuck your stupid resistors. I hate resistors. That's wasted heat energy. Screw you. You know what that's going to now be? This piezoelectric mechanical stress and strain. Guess what it means? Guess what? I have a Jules Thomson fucking cryo cooler pulse tube thingy. It's like these valves with this thing, and it's like movement and air changes. Guess what? That's your whole vehicle just cooled by your engine going brrr. This movement of air needs to happen anyways with the radiator. So it's like, all right, so I have this and then there's a compressor, and so heat over here, vortexy bullshitties, that'll help with efficiencies. I just need to make it go into like the bird thingy. Why do we use this again? This is stupid. I can easily make it into a rocket engine that just like fires exhaust into the freaking cylinder. This makes no sense for me to do. And then it quickly like spiraled into like, okay, so do you know, like, so you take two hemispheres, you put a rod in between, like a socket rod, okay? You make the right gearing, and send a plate, a couple of plates. So they're laid on top, and they have these little sockets that they connect into, and as it rotates, because of this, you know, hey, I am this spinny thing. Well, yeah, all right, so it's like, great. So, cool stuff. It's going to work. Trust me. So as it rotates out, it then makes like this cone kind of ish. Not really, though, if I'm being honest. It's not, technically speaking. But kind of is. You gotta tell us what the hell that is. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Right. It's more of a hexagonal, but not really, because like there are gear teeth that they have to slide on. So because if you look at the hexagonal, then that fits in it, and then those are the overhang sort of stuffs that makes it round. And then there's a cone that goes back up. So it's like, remember the cone I was talking about for my like RC, or not RC, 3D printed engine thing concept that I had in my YouTube video? So it's like this rotates at the top, but it's like this sucks in air and fuel, and then it goes up to the top, which then rotates and gets pumped into this thing, and then this rotates up, allows for as valve to then suddenly open, sprays in really hot, fast moving, all of that. So then during the upward motion, spark gap happen, and then all the way down. So as down goes, then vacuum creates like the bottom part, which is another rotatey thing with rod that's attached to the because I have two rods, and so like that then makes this kind of effect happen with like a seal to the top, and then outside, and then hydraulic fluid go around whole thing. Bottom then goes burr, and then like creates hole just there, but then hole actually is like curved inward hole that then makes so that way these outward protruding, because the cone goes up, and so then those plates then go and then stick right there and effectively slide right just about in between. Like there's a gap, a clearance gap. So think like perpendicular clearance gap. Okay. And so like during that moment, it then makes the rocket chamber, I guess, that then sprays in air and fuel, burns all the way to the bottom. Then this goes and curves back inwards, but then this curves inward up off to where the exhaust is. So it's like it goes forward, and then this pivots in a diagonal. The kind of, sort of, it's a hexagonal round thing, and those plates curve as it rotates, because that's the plates that are getting pulled by the vacuum and pressure, which then rotate the, of course, inner rods that support this, but then they are structures that go from the plates, because there's two plates, but then those they have to slide into the rod, and then they also have to slide on each other, sort of this stuff, but then that then curves off and then opens the entirety and seals off the little blast, rocket chamber thing. So it's like, and then this extends outwards as it's doing that, covering up the little protrusions, all right? But also because it's spinning. So like as it spins from that top part, along with the plates, because it has to be able to spin during that, right? That then allows for this to have a massively huge open hole where the exhaust port is. And then it was like, well, I'm not done yet, because this is basically some rods and some plate that I carved some shit into it and then slid it together. Because remember, I have the hydraulic fluid, which is also the lubrication and cooling to this. Because as it rotates, it then has to go not to these areas where it passes through, it goes to this area which it passes through, which then cools it and lubricates it, and then allows for all the pumping action to continue occurring. Instead of gears, it's like plates and rods. Do it better. You couldn't have done this already. Why no good? Why no good plate rod with drilly and burry mill stuff? There's some bend, but not much. Groove slot stuff. I get it. Yeah. Makes no sense to me after a while. It's like, this makes total sense to just like it's like origami, but then like they're not spheroids. They're like these things that when they roll, they'll constantly roll the same direction. But then it's like it's with plates that do the thing, and then the rod basically supports it, and the rod gets cooled and it also gets lubricated and everything, kind of like. And then there's like, remember that little well, they have this structure that goes into the rod as it slides, right? Well, that has to be round. That's what makes the hemisphere, because it's never actually a hemisphere. And it's like, that's where the dumpage of like the hydraulic fluid, that it pumps itself through all the given little slots and grooves. So it's like, works out pretty well. To make it constantly lubricated and constantly cooled. And then it fires in rocket exhaust to the cylinder. Now, the cylinder, the piston head, is different. So instead of like an oval, it's more like a rounded rectangle. Okay, but it's like a hollow rounded rectangle. Then there's a piston, like, ring and all that on the outside, but then on the inside, another type of piston thing, but slightly different. All right, so it's like there's hydraulic fluid that's there. This is now the pump. Yeah, I know. Crazy stuff, but it's like, all right, so that's the thing, and then it's like, this is a piezoelectric, and then this is a piston. So it's like it'll then have a degree of hollow in it. So it's like as it goes through, it'll then push it down, but it won't go past a certain point. As it pushes the hydraulic fluid, it's kind of like a two-stroke at the bottom that then makes it such that it travels one direction to help refill the next area and then help with the pushing up. As it'll push up, also, it'll fill up that area, acting now as a torque converter fluidic flywheel pump. So the reason why I have that pushed down is that it squeezes out to the outside where there's oil return areas that I need to have. Because like it's hollow, so it's like that little thing that's on the top, it has to be hollow. Right. And so like that will then push down, and so this one took a while to figure out how to explain. So it's like this is an outside that is on with this hollow thing on the inside, right? It's like that's what you're looking for. Okay. But it's like that it will need to also get pushed back out. But the reason why I'm doing this is because it's like, well, actually, it stores a degree of energy as it's a piezoelectric diaphragm, but it's like it also then gets used as a massive pump diaphragm to help suck it in, and then it goes all the way up as like a fully sealed piece. But then as it and then it'll slowly open, and it has a chamber to continue increasing the degree of relative motion. So it's like this is friction, but also like this is the amount of actual distance you can travel, kind of stuff. And then there's holes on the outside that lead to little oil return lines, which will help with the upward and downward motion sort of stuff. But then not quite so much on that. This is really just so that way I don't have to worry about oil being nearly as significant. You know, hydraulic fluid gets to become weighty when there's a lot. And I was looking to shrink everything down. So, anyways, let's see. All right, so there's a rod there that has to be there. All right, but there isn't technically speaking a rod. I know, like, real odd, I get it, but effectively it's like this cannot be there, right? You know what I mean? So it's like this can go down, but this will only go down so far. That's literally all I'm looking for it to do. Right? So, what the hell? Yeah. So as it extends, it'll eventually extend to the point where it like encompasses another rod and piston head that's underneath. And then it can only go down that far. And then the rest of the fluid and the rest of the degree of travel then is imparted into the fluid. So like that rest of the piston head goes down, that squeezes the rest of the fluid, but then that rod that is there is not really there. It's technically more of a bearing, I guess. I mean, it's a sleeve more than anything. It's like an accordion thing, you know what I mean? It's like it's there in the sense that it doesn't exist, but then it doesn't exist in such a way that it makes it there.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. I'm just recording something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. I was like, all right, so it makes a vacuum sleeve effectively, which is a bit weird, but then it's like that's actually a good thing because then that vacuum makes it such that that's what allows for it can't be a vacuum. All right, so that's a good way to put that because it's more of this imaginary like virtual particle as I like to describe it. It's like it's not there, there's nothing technically there, you know what I mean? Like at that point it's effectively like a vacuum, right? But then there's never anything not there. It's a weird one. So they probably have this in fluid dynamics, but it's not a vacuum, and there's always something that was there, but then it was like not such that it was like a rod. In this instance, it's not really a vacuum, it's not a diaphragm, it's not like, how do I describe this bullshit to people? So it's like the sleeve goes down, that other one goes there. That's what it was, right? Fucking damn it. Right. So the other one went down, and then it connects to this, completely removing all of the given amount of oil. That's what it fucking was. It's like this one goes up, but it's not ever connected. But then it's technically connected then, and it could never not do it. Not because it's pushing out the oil, but because it was already technically a vacuum, and it was already there to begin with, and it hadn't moved any further. Timing stuff. So it's like as it goes, it's pushed down, and it can only get pushed down with the fluid because this is open and the sleeve has, and then this still has a degree of fluid flow, but then this effectively has an extension because of course the diaphragm has, and then this has to go down, the thing around it, which then, gets it to that, completely removing oil, but it makes a vacuum as a result, which of course that fluid flow then filled up another thing, but also it got pushed back up by the piston underneath, and then the sleeve that it's technically speaking attached to during that then also gets moved up, and then it gets moved up with the vacuum that is on the outside of the piston heads. A lot of movement of fluid, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. But the point is that it's done in such a way that everything is moving in a constant, never right angle, and flows extraordinarily fast. Now, the reason why I did this was because if I do this, I then have a fucking hell much smaller, tinier little freaking package, like really small now, but a massive stroke, and it goes to what is equivalently a much smaller crankshaft. So it's like the crankshaft is another version of. So there's a sleeve that's rotating, right? If you look at a crank arm as it goes up versus down, you'll see that it's a diagonal, right? But like I don't need it to go diagonal. In fact, I just have like a standard singular crankshaft, bearing thing. Okay, but it's like I can't use that the way that you would like me to. So another version of a pivot, but then in this instance, I can't use pivot. All right, so I use the rotation of these in and out, like breathing bellows, but they're not bellows. I'm just immediately remove that idea. You know how like the weight on like a counterweight to balance, right, has to be there, right? So these go in and out, right? Now they have to be able to rotate in no way, but be able to pivot up and down. Okay, but during downward pivot, it's going to act like it's a upward pivot for a downward, and during a downward, inward versus outward, sorry, then it means that this side gets, even though it's going outward as well, it acts like a downward to it because of a rotational inertial effect. So like it's pivoting on a rotation, which then makes this open and then close. So instead of using balls or any of this other stuff, I use gear bearings, so bearings that never actually move. Weird thing to say to a bunch of engineers, I'm sure. So it's like the bearings can't move. Like, I literally hate moving bearings and gears. Everything about it's a waste of energy. I hate it. So it's like this does not do any of this. Can't make that work. So it's like these pivoting, from this given singular, right? But it can't be a singular. Okay. So it's like it can't be a singular, but it can't not be a singular. And so now that's plates. Everything's a plate that goes to a central main kind of like rotating planets, and then there's a central point that's outside of the body of mass. Same similar concept. So it's like this is fluid that needs to go here, but it's not. Instead, now it's the equivalent of a move because other things move. Vacuum stuff. Yeah, well, vacuum is a nice way to put that. There's still connection. There has to be a connection. And I hate like things that get in the way of efficiency. So the only reason why this is here is because that's here, and the way that's, and it's like a planetary gear set, but then I can't do a planetary. Remember, it's still got an axle, but like there's plates. So a good way to describe this is like this is a standard axle that doesn't really technically exist because a bunch of like rotating cylinders that really only aren't there in the largest sense of the word. I had to describe it in my head to people that I believe I was talking to connected wise as this. It's like, look, this is a nucleus and this is the electron orbit, and then there's a proceeding forward causal set of a virtual particle of where it will most likely be, and then it has the all of the rest of the information to that point, and then all the rest of the information going backwards to where it was. And then the preceding I was there, and then I was also, so on, right? And so then it turns it into this means that this is actually there, and that's there, going to be there stuff, which is timing. And apparently that didn't work for people. And so it was like, how best to describe this? Fluid is, technically speaking, such that with the plates that are there moving as if they are the crankshaft in the perfect order that make the spin happen well. As 1:1 is much higher efficiency as coupler. Technically, no blades exist here. Tesla is out the window. Most of it is a vacuum. And then, because I simply burr in one of the cylinders, it then starts the process. But it's technically three. By three, I mean it is three. It's not technically three. It's just one. But it's really three cylinders going off at once. So it's like it's one, but it's three really. It's not one. It's three, but you get the picture. And then it rotates that. So a downward motion is transferred to a large amount of incredibly simplistic plates. The motion up and down is such that it is extended thanks to like a telescoping pole. Okay. The rotation of a plate is really only perceived as this things in part due to instead of boundary, as that guy goes by, instead of a boundary, a given change in pressures. The pressure differential, which is insanely high now, makes a much higher degree of torque occur. It's then transferred, kind of that diagonal thing, okay, which is another reason why, like, as it's going off to one side and then it's going off with another side, it's like it has a cylinder, but there's no cylinder kind of thing. And there's a reason why there's an outside drainage as it pressurizes itself. That helps the effect massively because it has to go somewhere outside of just into the cylinders. So the plates still rotate. There still is, technically speaking, a regular standard crankshaft, and the in and out was really not an in and out, it's a degree of vacuum. Switching sides. Because there's a Z. So it's a rotating vacuum effect that constantly makes, but then there's a massively large, and then that. Okay. Oh. Right. Which is how I imagine some people might expect the Heisenberg uncertainty principle toroidal particle vibrational bullshit that they'll try and spin on me for a while when they finally get to, like, Heisenberg's still there, but like this giving BBB and for their fucking mathematics that they'll try and bullshit away for a long time. But it's like, it doesn't work that way. Sorry. Suck it up. But it's like, right, so this goes in, but then it has to go from both inwards and outwards, but also out to in and then in to out. See what I mean? So it's like, that's where the out to in and all that, with the rotation of the hydraulic fluid, then we still have the top, which has to be there, which, of course, there's coolant that has to run through this also, and then that accordion, remember, has to have a given separation, so like all of that effectively works as a massive in and out in spin pump that goes from a much higher, like the star we orbit, sun point, surface, to, as it rotates spinny wise downwards, it then also has a convection, which then will go also towards a spinning ball that's more toroidal, but it's kind of like our blood cell, to a degree. It'll press outwards in the middle, but then inwards at the top, but then those inward currents then hit where that outward is, but then also it then has to go back up off of the skip part of the inward divot that then goes off, like a pump. It's a plasma pump, but you have to also remember there's static and regular electromagnetic, and as it spins, it produces its own current, and so it eventually gets to what my engine looks like, kind of stuff. And so it all works as one torque converter in and out pumpy pump with some accordion stuff and all that, and rotational plates and some extendo cylinders. And it still goes to a okay, so this one's the super turbocharger part. So remember that whole, turbine thing? Well, it has to go to something. So it's like, well, this turbine's much larger. This helps with, in to out and then back forward, and then it goes through a compressor style Joule's times and a bunch of fucking fluid dynamic talk for it go burr really well with cold and some this denser air. Oxygen is denser than nitrogen, apparently, along with argon. So we mostly get argon and oxygen. Well, yeah, pretty much. But it's a really fast spinning, and then during that spin, with given changes, blah, heat, cold, joules, and then pulse tubies, stuff like that. I get it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's really hard. I have to be here for like hours to explain this, but it's just like this goes over that, and then it goes with the exhaust into the exhaust area, because it's like, well, this is a flowing exhaust, but also it's hot, and so it's less dense. And while you're hot, you're not that hot. And so I'm going to cool, the coolant, but then I'm also going to cool the air coming in that I'm going to compress and then use, and then as it's spinning, and then as fuel goes through, because like that's a bunch of like, turbine blades that then spin, and then that helps with the pump thing that we were talking about, as it's all one structural member, and it's a bunch of plates and some bends and stuff, so it's just like super easy to make. Just dunk, 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 with the right sealant, and then it's good to go. Super cheap as fuck. It's just most people can't conceptualize it very well, so it's like, yeah, probably just gonna make this like with this instead. It'll make it a lot easier for them, as they'll probably think about that better that way, I guess. So couldn't you just rotate like the things a little easier? Yeah, no, for what it's worth, if I did do that, which is actually something I can do, like if I have like a singular, like just 3-point that's connected to a central axle that I rotate, and then it then has divots in the right area, and those are the counter like sunk pivot. But the only problem is that I have to have them come out at an angle, which then means like the crankcase sides, and then I have to also make a girdle still. Like I need it to pump and not have the oil get into where the pistons is, or the piston connecting rods are, right? So it's like this becomes an annoyingly complex issue when it comes down to like, how the hell do I strap you together the proper way? Because it's like, is it, how do I fucking, and then put this together? I'm not even kidding. Like there's a way to do it. It's just I turned into like, this annoys me. This annoys me more than anything else. This is actually genuinely annoying, because it's like if I make like a triangle, then opposing like smaller triangle outside, and then I have the correct pivot, angle, then it's like, well, then I get the 3 technicality wise, but then I don't, because then it'll break often. It's like the worst thing. I mean it. It's like the way it happens to support itself structurally with the rocker and crescent thing, with like the counter rotation, because it has to still move like that along with the others. So it's like it just doesn't work very well. And so then I was like, all right, so then how do I make this pivoty the rotation thing? So that one turned into another version of like, why am I strapping a bunch of like circular bearings like to this thing right here? That's all I'm doing. Like, what is this at this point? And that's a large amount of like actual like loss, because it's frictional loss at that point. So I was like, all right, so then this is 3, and then I can do and yunk, boom. I'm not doing that. If I have to go complicated, I'm doing this instead. It's literally that fast. It was like, here's some plates and some bends. You're fucking sucky. Everything about you is terrible, and I don't like it. It's just complicated to me. It's like, I don't understand that. Whatever that was, I don't get it. I don't see how that works very well. It's the worst. Because it's like, no, this has to pivot, and now this is circling, and then the fuck? Everything's a mess now. That's parasitic loss everywhere, and it's not pivoting. It's just spinning at that point. You know what I mean? And I don't like that. It bothers the hell out of me. And it's like, okay, so I'm gonna try and figure out how to pivot. And it's like, pivot. Like if I extend this way, it's like, man, that's annoying. First and foremost, to have to do. So then it turned into like, I'll just use fucking plates. They'll go out and they'll spin outwards and they'll be on the outside and then they'll come back in. Like that was so fast to make. It's like, I'll just make some ovals and then like this little like bearing, which is really actually just a straight rod. You know what I mean? And it was like, all right, so if I just make that, then that'll work, right? And it's like, dude, do you know what you just stated? I have to make ginormous fucking huge ring gears. That's true. Yeah. I don't want to do that. That's like really difficult. And I was like, the tubes will do it. The tubes. The tube's not working. The tubes suck. I hate planetary gears. Planetary gears are the worst. They are so parasitic loss. There's so much of them. Just, it sucks. So I was like, all right, so how do I figure out how to like pivot this thing like that, as this has to then, I was like, this isn't working. What about I just do, what about I just, And then I've already talked about my other rotary 12 engine. So it's like, that's the easiest real kind of way to do it. But then it was like, all right, let's just figure out like a regular crankshaft that happens to rotate towards our central crankshaft. Like this is going to be a central crankshaft, which will then rotate like the sine wave part of the crankshafts. All right, so like that's all that was. There's going to be an opposing sine wave that's just like basically slipping in between. So think there's like a DNA helix. Okay, so it's like up and then down, right? And then the other one up and then down and flares out. And then those rotate through that pivot. And then like this is where it's connected towards the center. And then that, opposing wise, will do what I want. Especially when I have, since those have to be connected. And then the outside and inside, okay, like then gets the 3-3-3 rotation as it rotates. Okay. And like that was like the fastest way to get it done, but it also has way less strength. Okay, like there are moments where it's basically as fragile as it could ever possibly be. It's so easy to just gunk and then it'll break. It'll just smash into a bunch of like little freaking turkey wishbones. So it was like, all right, so if I can make this and then I'll just make balls. I'll put like the CVT balls, and then I'll be on the outside of, or the inside diameter of the crankcase, and then like the cast like just sort of whatever block that is, and then that'll totally work, right? And it's like balls cost a lot, and like they only ever need this area, which then turns into another ring, because like you'd want to remove a fuck ton of that weight, because it's a lot of parasitic loss, because what we're describing is the equivalent of what's already been made as a CVT gearing set that's in the axle that we use in certain bikes. So it was then like, all right, so if I just make an everything about this is pissing me off. It's so annoying. It's never going to work. These things suck. I'm not even kidding. I got so perturbed after a while. I was like, I'm just going to make the most simplistic design I can make, which then turned into, this is a combo of like arms that go to a central axle that have just the bare minimalist of like a sine wave attached ring oscillation. So it's like it goes effectively like, think like a ring on an oscilloscope, right? And it has like the little sine wave thing, kind of like the thing that Jesus wore, the crown. all right, and then like another one, all right, and then this is going to go through that with the rods. They're not going to change ever in any way at all. Their length, nothing's changing about these rods. Okay, all right. So then in the in between, because this is rotating to be able to make those, opposite opposing diagonal things. So it's like think that one and then that one, and then they have like the X in the center, right? And then it'll be over here, and then it'll be over here, and it'll be over here. I think. Okay. It's like as it rotates, this will both we can't do extend. Stop at the extend. Immediately cease to think that way. Just no. So it's like, all right. So then this, as it rotates a gear that's attached to a pivot point that's attached to the connecting rod. We only need one per each, but then every single one of them might as well be connected because that makes total sense, right? Like it's like we're just gonna do a bunch of gears, and it's like, yeah, well, kind of. It's not really. Wait, what? Yeah, no, we already have the gears here. Remember the whole freaking Jesus crown? That's the gears. What? Yeah, and then the rods, those are gears. Wait, what? Yeah, no, there's like a little lip, and so like that's gonna fucking hook into things, and that helps pivot, and then that engage, and then that it's a whole thing. Which isn't really gauge, right? It's like it's always engaged, right? So, but it's like it goes this far up, right? And it's like no, because that's rotating, and that rotating goes into the rods, and the rod also happens to be needing to have the correct gear teeth to allow for this to rotate in and out, in and out, in and out from both opposing sides without ever having to spin, because it has to be static. And that's another reason why it's a gear with a bearing. So it's like this technically is this, which then connects also at the top like this, because it's a round thingy. So then this then connects to this stupid bullshit. And then this is like the pivot bullshit, which then allows for this extending level of increased length because it rotates like the constant same everywhere. But, that's the pivot part. So it's like this is rotating, all right, like the gear with the bearing. But then like that's the pivot part also. So it's like as this rotates, it will then be connected like an Atkins cycle. Think like your arm has a fucking like elbow. So it's like that has an elbow, and then it goes over, and then that then spins, and then it goes down, and then it goes back up, like it's an offset. Yep. Except it's elliptical, and it has to go into the arms. You get it? But now it's basically a different type of planetary gear set. But at least there's way less friction because they can make it way smaller and make more extension occur because it technically doesn't know that it didn't extend at all because there's effectively two rods connected before the piston head. So it's like, think it has an initial rod and then it has another elbow after the first elbow. So it's like wrist pin, elbow, and then another elbow. And then it goes to the thingy. And so like that way, these little points as they attach then make it so like those are the things that have at top dead center, boom, and I can't go anywhere effectively. But then it goes and sends it off down to its position where it will then, after sticking in a gear, so it's like there's a gear there that will then be there exposed. So as it goes and rotates, it then exposes gear teeth. Your teeth then rotate inwards this thing, locking the arm, only being allowed to then rotate one direction, and then it goes all the way to the one side, and then it locks itself another way, and then the rotation then goes back to going up. So it's super simple, except massively more complex, and I hate it. I'd rather just use fluids and pressures in every aspect, and it'll last longer because I don't need nearly as many gears, nearly as many freaking stupid bearings, and all the rest of the garbage that this will take to work. But for what it's worth, we can also boom, 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 stamp it out, and it's done. So it's like, this one is also boom, 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 stamp it out, and it's done. So I don't see what the problem is here with this. In fact, if anything, it's stamp it out and immediately put together. Like, what's the difference between you and me except I have less loss? And then a one singular, built thing that makes way more efficiency happen because all of that goes directly to the crankshaft. That it's a different type of crankshaft. So it's like there's gear teeth with some holes, some slots next to it. So as it slides in, there's another thing around it. Like think like there's the center of the flower and then the flower petals and then the curve over it. And then like another one that goes into the center of the flower and then one that slots into in between the petals. So there's enough gap there that there's like nothing really that's going to connect until enough of a given friction, like a clutch, then squeezes out and then binds it like a coupler, and then it engages. And it's rock solid steady. And the moment you disengage it, it's not. You know what I mean? So it's like the moment you switch a gear, like you don't ever have to actually do much with a clutch. You don't have to ever engine match your speed. It'll just dunk, 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 except like not really, really, you know what I mean? So it's like it's already going to be spinning, and then it'll just rotate and catch up without ever going and then it's doing the same thing. So it's like a fluidic transmission, but better because it's a 1-to-1 and it's perfect as a result of that. So it'll never wear out the teeth, which is great, and it weighs less, and then it can be cooled by the housing that's on the transmission. And the transmission is what it is. So it's like whatever, I use that. It's way simpler than like using whatever they use these days, which I don't like. But this will work, but it sucks. I hate it. I hate the freaking rotary 12 that uses the little like little pivot thing. I just fucking dislike it so much. I do. I just am not a big fan. It has a lot of like moving parts that can break. I hate it. I hate it. It just never really does the thing I want it to do. And so it was like, how do I make it actually do the thing I wanted? I needed to do this thing that actually does the thing I want it to do. So I've been like constantly like, how the hell do I make it way better? I'm not even kidding. It was like, I need 3 to go off, like over here and over here and over here. And so it's like these, and then that, and then that. And then it was like, all right, so I have this pivot, which this has to go to here. So I was like, I'll use a regular crankshaft sine wave, and then these are diagonal points. But it's like these are actually bearing, which instead of pivot, they rotate. But then rotate, I can't really totally actually use. See what I'm saying? And so I was like, all right, so like, I'll just connect that to the crankshaft for the rotating parts, and then that'll make it so that way that rotation with the right little arm and the right little elliptical, it's like, yeah, no, it'll work technically speaking, but not really. Like it'll work totally, but it's basically the same plate thing. So like the edge well, it's not so much geometry, right? Yeah, no, you guys ended up doing the whole I'm fighting for attention thing. So, which is like, those are the separate people inside of you. Again, with the slippery experiment thing. Anyways, so we'll just do so that's why you did the pivot thing with the arms, and then the simple gear, fucking ring thing. That's why that was. Yep. It's like the easiest, best way to get it done with the fewest moving parts and the longest lasting, highest strength, easiest to work on whole design that I could come up with as like a cross-plane sort of thing that would go boom, 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 one after another, after another, after another sort of situation. That works. beautifully well. All right. The only real ever issue with it was, well, so, huh, how do I describe a bunch of pivot points that don't really make sense to like practically anyone unless of like you know a thing or two? Because like this is like an accordion, right? No, 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 we can't do accordion, unfortunately. I wish I could do accordion, but no accordion can be a thing. Right, so rotation, pivot. Remember the thing I just talked about with the 3 arms? Yeah, similar thing. So it's like this pivot then allows for this given arm during the rotation of the gear to then be positioned much further in. Oh. So it's like these are concentric circles diagonally. Remember the plates things that we're talking about. And then this then allows for that to then be with this arm as a regular connecting rod, and it goes as an elliptical. But these pivots are what move around to the given crankshaft arm. So it's like this is this, that then is going to go this way for these 2 areas, counterbalancing, extending in. Oh, okay, so out and in. Okay, for the 4 packs of 3 that we're using for the full 12. So it's like 3, 3, 3, 3. And it's like, and perfectly balanced, as all things should be. That old one, you know what I mean? So, wow, that's a way fucking better design. See how fast I went through all the other ones? Like, look, you could do all these other things, but they suck. They are the worst. I hate them. They suck so much. And so it's just like, all right, well, instead of that, let me do something that isn't shitty and sucky and I like. I'm going to do the right thing that makes sense, that's easy as fuck to do. And then I moved forward from there. Because it was like, well, that'll work just fine. Now proceed to make torque converter. You know, uh, massive, huge gains as 80% efficiency before I even added in the given like torque converter capture from the heat exhaust, from the exhaust, because like by the time it gets all the way to the bottom, because I don't need to freaking fill it all the way, even though I have a full all the way downward stroke. If I do that, I have a problem with like not so much pressure, it's more about like accelerational parameters. Like say what you want, but a suicide burn at the very last second is a little more difficult to manage than something else. So it was like, I don't know, man. I think I don't like that. Yeah. I'm going to do something way easier by far. Yeah, and then that was another thing. It was like, okay, so how do I make a uh, balanced? But you can't do the waveguide thing. I mean the hollow axle with gear teeth that have bumps on them that way. Like you just can't. Like you can't do a 3 rotation. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Please explain that one, because like, why? Okay. The basic premise is that as it goes down, and it has to return back up. All right. There has to be something that holds that. Okay. And while I can use the crankcases and hold them, all right. How do I hold the arm, the connecting rod, to where it's supposed to be at all times? And when I have 3 of them, it becomes far harder to get that accomplished. So it's like as it divots in, right, it'll go in, right, but it's like I actually have, because this is how geometry works, it rotated over to that point now. Even though it's divoted in, it's now no longer at a 12, it's at like 2 o'clock. So if you look at your elbow here, this wave that's coming in as it rotates in has to suddenly lift up. All right? And it doesn't just stay there because it'll try and yeet that part out. Okay? So it's like, instead of using a complicated series of springs or any of this other garbage, I was like, I'll just use one spot. That'll do the work everywhere. Because that makes way more sense, because then I can balance it with a divot over here. You have to remember, it's like these 3 here also have an opposing divot behind. Just because it's like this doesn't necessarily mean that you timed it appropriately. And then you need to have the right bumps and everything else, and if you get it done in such a way that you can have all 3 work off of that, you then have to remember it's not the same 3. It's the 3 next to it, and then the 3 next to it, and then the 3 next to it. So while that's doing its thing, you have this thing doing this thing, and that thing doing that thing, and these things doing those things. Why wouldn't you just use a single wave bump? That's like the proper... Like, okay, I don't really maybe understand what you're doing. So gear teeth on wave bumps on a given axle, a tube, doesn't really work super stupendously well. Just like a good FYI there for most people. Then if I want to gain a given degree of extra torque, I have to use that divot as a pushing, as it rotates also the gear teeth that are there as it rotates from top down to bottom. So top dead center on its version, because they're like, well, no, it's just a rotating gear with a bearing attached, right? No, it can't do that, remember? It has to be hollow, and then it has to go from 12 to 6, and then from 6 back to 12, and it has to rotate. Well, yeah. Yes. Okay, since that is there, since you get that part, how the hell... What's going on here? It has to take gear teeth on the sine wave up in its version of events, because it's trying to get yeeted away, to take that and move the piston up as well. And that's a good thing, because it means that that rotation gets transferred back into an extension. Alright. But... okay. That doesn't leave a lot of room. Alright, it doesn't leave like practically any room. No. There's an overhang for you. Is that yeah, that's a good one. Okay. Yeah. Maybe you want to talk about how your thing keeps breaking. I want to talk about how your axle's breaking and you basically have a different version of a planetary gear set instead of what I have. What? What? No, I don't have this issue. Look at this parasitic lust this fucker has. No, I don't have no. You suck. I love that one. It's like, I'll just use my, like, indented, like basically the equivalent of stick a, mushroom into, like, a cylinder, but then there's, like, a divot, and then there's an overhang to the, yeah, and that's how they manage that, which means they have they have to have a large amount of loss all across, because it's like everything's basically a bunch of differential axles stuck together. There's no way it'll work well. And it doesn't, because it breaks all the time. How did you know that? I attempted the same thing, buddy boy. Doesn't work very well. Yeah, no, that one was a whole other shit show, but like basically it's the equivalent of something else. What does that mean? I know. It's like these are static things now. Remember the whole pivot thing that I was talking about with the whole fucking axle? Yeah, yeah. And then the gears. Uh-huh. Same thing. It's literally the same fucking thing. It's like this goes down, this has to go back up. But in order for it to go back up, it has to go through this gear, which is here, going, fuck you, motherfucker, stay there. But it's attached to everywhere, and it's properly bumped to appropriately keep it in order. But they just need to be in the right place. Which means it's like, this can just be there all the time. Static as fuck. I don't need it to move, I don't need to do anything. It can just stay right the hell there, and everything works beautifully. I literally need no other things going on. It's its own bearing, effectively. Yeah, you remember the whole like little thing that that actually you were talking about. Right. Different kind of sort of concepts. So it's like remember that has to go in its own given elliptical, right? But then it also, as the elliptical, like take a zero, and then the zero then pivots diagonally, and then it goes back to pivoting back up to being vertical. So it's like as it goes up, it's at its top 12, it goes over, and it's already diagonal, and then it goes and pushes down. During its push down, it goes from its version of 12 down to 6. As that rotates, it'll also be pushing itself back to vertical, which will then send it from the right-hand side, if you were to look at it, to the left-hand side, and then has it swing back up. Because there's another gear there, okay, like the crank arm. Right, yeah, which means they're basically entwined. Think about it like I need this one singular thing, and this is it now. I don't need two, just one. One is good. One's good enough in every way. Now it's a bearing, but it's like it's not really technically, but it's a ring gear with an inside diameter thing. But then it's like it's got the right bumps where it needs it necessarily to all work. Yeah, I know. And it's like, look at these bearings. Fuck these bearings. I'm making small, tiny little, barely even existing things. And then that turned into, I have a vacuum bearing. There's a vacuum spring tension. Like, literally, that's what it was. It was like, fuck you, physics. I hate you sometimes. You're the worst. You sometimes just... Fuck friction. Alright, so vacuum existy here, everything trying to make it work over there. It tries to balance between top and bot. Bots and top just can't do nothing. Be stretched on both sides. Now exist as bearing. Can't go anywhere. Suck it, physics. Less friction. Sealed by the very oil you try and bring in. Shook it. It's just like, this is the girdle. I like to call it a girdle because it's basically what it is. But then like the blocks would then just gunk. There's 4 of them. But then it was like, I can make this as a singular whole piece. Like not even gonna kid around. That's why I started talking about like, well, if I just make gear teeth here and then I'll just slot these in between. And then here's a big round fucker. You know, like a little welding. Like just get like a fucking plate and then you bend it to the right shape and then it's like weld and then it's like cut in some of these spots. I'm serious, I'm not. It's just like cut in these spots and then that's good enough. As you bolt it, it's so close to being there. Because like you welded here, but like you didn't weld. You know what I mean? Like what does that mean? So it's welded, but like it's not unspringy. So it'll tension in, and it'll go and slide into each other, that kind of thing. So it's like and crank down the bolts, and then it's literally just other ring gears. Like. And I don't like ring gears, Just FYI, I am the hater of all ring gears. I'm not even kidding. Like, most people don't understand, like, as I said it before in some of my other videos, where it's like, you just do this, like bump stops, and then they'll just counter rotate, and then it's like easy, right? Well, I hate them. I hate them so much. They suck. They are the worst. They are heavy, stupid things that suck. So I was like, I'm gonna just shove fucking fluid that way, and then I'm gonna make it use like a vacuum basic coupler. So like fluid go burr and spin, and then this is like basically the equivalent of like, well, it moved, so therefore pressurize this area. But it's people don't like it for some fucking reason, and I'm always pissed about it. It's like, this is huge parasitic loss. I hate the parasitic loss. I hate it. Like, I spend so much work on this crankshaft area. You have no idea anymore. Like, it's just the worst. Like, but you got 3 though, right? Oh, yeah, well, yeah, they bend. You know what I mean? So it's like there's an elbow, there's a bend to the connecting rod, which is not a big deal to most, but to me it's a huge deal. Why? Because it was like, opposed piston single cylinders, 12 of them, and give me. I want them. It took a long time to figure out in its own right to even get 3, and then like 3 is technically, it's just 1 right here that's really everything's working off of. It's a whole other situation. I want to move off of that. I'm not even kidding. It's like zin, 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 zin. You know what I mean? It's stupid. I want to move on to the fact that it was like, all right, so how do I make all 3 intake? Because they love poppet valves, and I'm like, I hate poppet valves. Why do you use poppet valves? They're the worst. I'm not kidding. I dislike poppet valves so much. You want to use sliding valves for the longest of time. Yeah, because it's like, look, watch. This little circle that and then I'm bolting down. Guess what? See this fucker? This is a little slidey doohickery. That's all I need. Like, I get 12 of them. That's it. They rotate. Here's intake. Here's exhaust. Just freaking seal it like it's its own version of a poppet valve that just fucking slides and spins. It's sealed, you know what I mean? So it's like it sticks into that, and then it's like it can't go around it, right? And it's fucking sealed, right? Works just fine. Super slick, easy to see, easy to change out, easy to cool, easy to freaking clean. All the things. It just rotates. That's all it is. It's just rotating and spinning. So since I need 12 of them anyways, so it's like, fuck it. It's like, do I need 24 of these fucking, you know what I mean? I just hated it. So it was like, well, 1 ginormous spinny ring does the whole thing, right? And it's like, you would think, right? What do you mean you would? Oh God, it's a huge parasitic loss. It's so much mass. They are the worst. Physics, you. Physics doesn't care. It's like, nah, I don't give a fuck. I remain as I am. And I'm like, all right, fine, physics, we get it. You're so cool. But then I ended up getting into like a lot of other physics. It's like, how the fuck do I float something and make it move extraordinarily fast and weigh like almost nothing? And then I got nowhere on that one for the longest time, right? Well, there's other things with that, but then no. This one was his own shit show. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's like, oh, let me get a big old ring slidey valve thing and put it in the cylinders, and my single cylinders. This is the stupidest damn. And I recognized after a certain point, it was like, you know what? Small mass is better. Small mass always better. Small mass so much easier. Small mass, move faster. Small, less mass, better. All time. Every time. Always better. Fucking You do whatever the fuck this bullshit is, and it just never got anywhere with it. So I was like, how do I make slidey valves work? And it was just out because it was just like, so you won't use this? Why? This makes no sense to me. Why wouldn't you use it? This is the easiest, fastest way to make this work. They didn't like it, apparently. They were like, it's not the way I like doing it. I'm like, fucking hate the way you do it. I hate everything about the way you do things. It's not even a joke. I get so pissed after it. Alright. So, did you eventually figure anything out? Yeah, I mean, the basic principle was always the same. It was like, so effectively, if I just rotate this stupid thing, and I use this stupid thing to rotate this stupid thing, then this stupid thing rotates and then has itself be there and open with or closed at the right times. Which is all you really have to do and never think about it as. But like there are many different ways of doing it that are better. So it's like the least amount of mass for the greatest amount of gain, right? Is all that turned into, which turned it into hydraulic fluid go burr really well. Hydraulic fluid go spinny spin, vacuum go burr, and then this thing rotatey into hydraulic fluid as the vacuum goes hey shaka jish in, and then it closes off like because it moves a mass. The mass closes the vacuum area, and there's a vacuum there anyways. So it's just like junk, dunk. So it's like think about it this way: hydraulic fluid spins, but we're not really spinning the hydraulic fluid out to the outside because that takes time and I hate it. Everything about it's stupid, takes time, don't like it. I don't like axles, I don't like any of this. So no. But if I make a connection, like I was talking about earlier, with the rotation, movement, moving something else, and I make that spin appropriately, the right speed, then all I have to do is just allow for that to make the correct 3 and 3 at every given point. So, the simplistic way of stating this turned into this is nothing more than a slighting fucking square. I mean it. It's a square with a fucking diaphragm in between, which is the bearing. So it's like really small. That's the bearing. You remember the tube thing I talked about? Same thing, except that's the square, and so then it goes and slides in between with the little hat thing that I talked about. So it's like slides into the hat, and then like you push that, and then you attach the other one, and then it just oscillates between the two. What the fuck? Okay, right, yeah, no. That was the fastest, cheapest way to get it done, and everybody was like usually pretty cool. God damn it, Phaser, about it. Could you not? Could you just? So then it turned into, well, if I want to do the best way to do it, god dang, okay. You know what, man? You're the best dog ever. Sometimes. It was just, it's still the same fucking square. What? Yeah, no, I just fucking, I just move it. Hey, what? Yeah, I mean it. And it's spinning, it's on a pivot point, it just moves. Wait, what? Yeah, no, but it worked just fine for the longest time. I never really gave a shit after that. It was like, well, this one will go over from this, and it'll go through like the basic. Effectively, this is pushing it and pulling it via the hydraulic fluid here, and this is where the exhaust is going to be, and so then that's going to be where it's going to pivot to. But it's like this is a spinning square that pivots on one of the tips, effectively. Right, so it rotates off of like, oh, the diaphragm that's on the top of it. Yep, that cools it. That cool it. So it's like, alright, well, that's fucking annoying. Not really. Fucking works just fine, dick. They just position themselves differently. What does that mean? I engaged this and then started it. I then waited. I then engaged it and then started it. And yeet, and yeet, and yeet. And what do you know? It's now open when it needs to be, and closed over there, and then it's back to being closed over here, and then it's open over here, and then it's closed when it needs to be, and then it rotates it during that moment. Pivots. Pivots. That can move, because that can spin, and it's just fine if it's spinning, where the fucking valve is, for that. And then that bottom plate and then top plate can engage at the right times with the right gear. So like this bottom pivots, right? Well, yeah. This makes this spin, sure, but geometrically it's always in the same spot. In sealed, yes. Ah, right. So that way, like, it only engages one bottom or one top, or moves the entire. Entire square. So the square rotates at a central point, and then the square then moves over from exhaust to intake, intake to exhaust. Then it will move this and make it such that it's ready to immediately flip over. As it rotates, it then has it open during the intake or exhaust, and then it pivots back in, and then that rotates. So you see what I'm saying? Like, people don't really understand gears. I hate people that don't understand gears, not so much because they're like stupid or anything, just because they think they figure something out, and then they're like, I need you to explain everything about that, because actually I was saying that you're a shitty person that doesn't know something, but I actually don't know shit, apparently. Which, by the way, that allows for the coolant flow between the two every time. Along with, that's right, the vacuum that you got. Because like there has to be a connection point, and that's a vacuum, and then flow, and then that helps rotate everything. Along with the gears at the top, which is another version of like, here's a vacuum, and here's fluid here, kind of stuff. It's just like, well, remember the like spring they have, and then they have this rotational like whatever doohickery thing, that thingy? Yeah, for like Formula One, they got this spring that's like a fucking fluid. They have a cap around it, and then they push it in. Yeah, no, I know about that. Okay, so then you're stupid for thinking that I couldn't do something similar with just this being over here rotating. It's like a push rod. It's more like a vacuum, extraordinarily high pressure coolant rod. Because exhausts make the pressure happen, along with over here. There's flow throughout the whole thing at the freaking top. It's two-piece every time. It's two-piece, which is it's like this plate, and since this is just actually technically speaking this whole thing, really, if I'm being honest, because it's really just one part that rotates in that. Yeah, it's like there's no real bearings. Like the flow, the coolant is our bearing, and then the vacuum that exists there is another bearing, and then like the holes that are there have this slide in to where those little plates are. It's like, why would you use plates? I don't know. Why do you think I would use plates, man? Because they're easy. I can just chunk them out and stamp them. It's so fucking simple. I can just round off the edges. Yep, and it's done. Every time. The critics everywhere. Okay, to put it in perspective, as a person that understands valves, a flat side means more area is exposed to coming in, meaning flow rate has been increased as the nozzle it is, versus this Garbo round thing that sticks its ass around for longer. Which is why it's like, remember the round pits at the tips? Yeah, no, this is all crescent for me. Think like that old motorcycle fucking look. You know, with like the cross or whatever it was. It's like, think that. But then like the round bits at the tips. And that's all it is. And then like opens up faster. Because then it makes it easier for me to seal along the sides. Along with the curve in part. Yep. Yeah, because then I can have no. What are you doing? The hell was that? No. I'm listening to someone try and like debate me right now hard, and they're losing just tremendously. Why wouldn't you use it? Because it only, and then this. And I'm like, oh, what is this, huh? I can't have this seal at the tips so that way it's stronger. Yeah, I mean, you could. You should, actually. Oh, really? Now, let's just take a look at, like, these front wheels as I turn the wheel that I use to drive. And then the geometry of how toe in and camber has to work, and then different degrees of slip and rotation to allow for it to spin such that I turn properly. Let's look at that geometry again with 3 points of contact, you little fuck. But it's like, no, I can't do that, remember? Because I need to have multiple fucking sealing areas. Well, yeah, I suppose. Oh, and then you could do that, huh? Is that what that was that you were going to do? How about I just put some grooves in the fucking, like, top part, and then I shall make it such that it just constantly slides inside of the grooves as a mushroom tip, basically. Instead of needing this to sit inside of some ledge, or inside, I have to grind bullshit. How about you shut the fuck up after a while, bro? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Is that really what you think that you should do? No, I know what's best. I'm a mechanical engineer, PhD, blah, 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 blah. Fucking suck my dick. You're not good enough. You make it more complicated than it's worth. You're over-engineering. Fucking ridiculous. Think about it as a T. So it's like, it's the brim of a hat, then it has a T off the brim. So the brim goes up, and then it goes over. Since I need to stick this onto the thing that's there, this is why it's just 2 parts. Oh, right, yeah, no, that would, okay. How would it go into the seated area? There's a mushroom. Remember that? Yeah, no, I do. Well, there's fluid there. Underneath, God, trying to travel to the top, making it be a bearing. And if you angle it correctly, it means it rotates. It's just fine and perfectly sealed. And it never has to have any of your weird bullshit get involved. Well, yeah, no, I mean, that's... It just exposes a hole that was already there. Because it pushes up. What does that mean that the poppet valves do? You know what I mean? Like the little thing and it pushes up against it and it's like... Do you hear yourself, PhD mechanical engineer? Because I'm going to tell you right now, you're stupid for thinking that that would have been the right choice. That's a bad way to go about it. This seals it just fine, and I never need any of my fluid to ever get involved. You see, it's a separate piece that has channels that are not going to be around the airflow area. Fucking idiot. Fully sealed. How the fuck? Okay. This is what you got. Is this a person from MIT or Harvard this time? Which one? I know I tweeted their asses off, and so I'm sure if I ever get anywhere, this is going to be one of those fucking retards. Well, they're the smartest people. America, you have dumb people, deal with it. Alright, so... Oh, fuck. These guys are fucking annoying. The hell out of me, man. Yeah, no, I know, because then it's like, well, and then that, and then during that entire power stroke, and then exhaust stroke, and then we get it. Okay, finally, someone's smart. Jesus. But it's like, it's a bunch of fluid. Yeah, you know, if I could find this bitch and beat the shit out of him. I just hear, oh, you have a bunch of bearings everywhere that cool it and make sure that it never fucking breaks. And maintains its tolerances and definitely doesn't wear out quickly. Ever. But you have so much fluid, though. Really? We do, yeah, no. He asked it like a fucking 3-year-old. This fucker is a fucking PhD, man. That anger has to go somewhere. I know, well, other people are going to have to tank it. Let's put it that way. Breathe, folks. Let's breathe. How did he get my opportunities? How did this fucking bullshitty motherfucker get my opportunities? How did this utter, literal, fucking idiot get my opportunities? Fuck you. No, it's just exposing it. I know, I get you. I actually do know what you're saying. Thank you. My god damn. Well, you know. I have to have another gear at the bottom. Remember? Or to put it like this. That means there's a thing that it's resting in. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. No, I get it. I get the you want to kill people now. See? You do. It's like, look at me. I'm a star compressor. This is what I call it. It's not a centrifugal or centripetal anymore. This is just a cone that slowly fucking sprays it out to another and another and another. This is like a bunch of gears because I need the gears anyways. Yeah. It's not really. Yeah, no, this one's kind of more like that. Yeah. Instead of planetary or anything else. Like this is my water part, which is like that's the fluid because that's like if I make that spin, but it still has gears. You know what I mean? And so why? Because I'm moving on from that. I'm literally like, well, you go debate that. I'm gonna go over here and actually talk about something that's cool, unlike your garbage piece of shit ass. Fucking wanker, douche face. So this goes and accelerate back up, goes from accelerate up to then accelerate faster up, but then had to make change of direction. Direction change then makes another direction change and then accelerates faster, but from a larger to a smaller to a smaller to a smaller, and then it goes because it's constantly made the direction of change. Its then is going inward at an angle for these wonderful sliding valves. And this is the manifold. That's right. It's a cone kind of ish shape, wide, big intake, then to accelerate until intake manifold achieved velocity stacks. It's open. And then I just connect that side to this side, for the next one over. But actually, in this instance, because I have inside area to play with, this is the next set of three. So it's like, I'll just connect those like that, and then immediately I get increased degrees of pressure and velocity getting into my intake. Which is like super way better than that bullshit that he's trying to fucking like pedal as if it would be worth it. Like, whatever you said, fuck off. No one's listening. Do this instead. Think water pump, arms, and then like, because I had to curve anyways, it's like just curve them slightly like this. This then has this type of intake curve, which then accelerates it like this, from this wide to this small to this hole, and then another. Since it's already a part of the intake manifold anyways, I was like, here's a water to air. Where the hole is, because we're going to bifurcate it with like, because I want to connect it. So I was like, well, I need to attach this somehow. So it's like, well, this is a teardrop, and it's hollow. So fuck it. That'll work. Here's like some fucking water, coolant. And then it's like, here's spinny spin. Well, I need the coolant to go somewhere anyways. So here's like fucking like lubrication for these fucking things. What is this? Like a super turbo thing? Yep, that's basically what it would be. Cool, that'll work. Thank you. And then it's like, done. Here's the stupid exchanger over there at the front. Here's my radiator thing, again for the engine, because I need that, because it doesn't work without exhausting some amount of heat that I don't capture. And it's like, boom. And it's just like, spin, zoom. Yeah, more power. Scavenge effect, maybe? Scavenge effect doesn't sound so bad. I mean, it's only open, and then I can do, and then if I ain't, and then if I was going to be angled anyways, and it can only come in like this. And so, like, and if I had, and it's like, oh, what do you know? There's a perfect way to make scavenge, as it'll go directly down at an angle, and then skip off the cylinder sidewalls, and then scoop back up towards where the exhaust as it closes. Scavenge! Yeah! 2-stroke scavenge mode. Because they got 3 of them going off, or back and forth, that ends up acting like 1-stroke 2, like thing, right? So it's like, well, even though it's 3, I'd really have to sacrifice all 12 into turning into like it's 6. It's like 6 is technically speaking at this point really just 2 of the cylinders, because like you have to combine all 3 into like 1. Anyways, point is, you get the picture. But then it's like I have a 1-stroke because it's a 2-stroke, but then there's 12 of them that I'm doing 4. So you like divide by 4 to 2. So it's like I have a 2-stroke that turned into a 1-stroke that's really just 2. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, it's a work in progress on that one. Because it's not really a 1-stroke, but then it was like, well, why do I have valves again? What do I need this thing for? Oh, yeah, no, right. My super cool injector, remember a rocket injector? Yeah, I like that shit. Yeah, no, like this is so much easier if I do that. Literally that, yeah. It's like, look, it's pressurized now, and during the fluid movement, because I have to pump it anyways, so it's like, fuck this, you know what I mean? Just like, psh, fire in some fucking fuel, and I need lubricant over there. But it's like, this has to rotate, so it's like, this is now pump gear rotation thing. Pump, exchanger, compressor, inject into chamber, accelerates as it goes from small to the outside, and then is curving, all right, to improve and increase the outright from like this to like total gained velocity, which is really all pressure tends to be any given nozzle with the amount of mass that's trying to go like, stop trying to stop over there. And then like connect these little parts from one to another. So it's like, this is the 3, that's the next 3, that's the next 3, get that thing. Right, yeah, same thing. So it's like, this is chamber, this inject, all the way into, well, now I have the exhaust, and so that'll be fucking phenomenally easy. Yeah, instead of like this gear thing, it's just like, this is one singular plate, then this just fucking rotates from that. Yeah, so much faster, so much simpler. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, that'll work just fine. Brrr. 1-stroke, real 1-stroke. Uses the turbo, uses the turbine at the rear, and it uses the front, and then all that stuff. So it's like, a good way to put that is like turbine, then I have the supercharger, that's a compressor, turbine takes over, then fuel pump, from fuel pump to next fuel pump, then to, technically speaking, a little bit more of a fuel pump from the turbine, because I'd rather have the turbine take over as parasitic loss, reduction. So it's like, that's what then starts to drive the compressor, but also the fuel pumps, and then like, it will then just dump it into the crankshaft, because like, way simpler if you do that. Way more cost effective, more efficient. Just, why wouldn't you do it? You know what I mean? Like, it just makes way more sense. So it's just like burp, 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 constantly real 1-stroke instead of I only get from 4 down to 2 1-strokes. I now have 4 1-strokes, which is great. Much higher torque if you need it, because it's now way easier to balance it because it's fully balanced. It then means it's like, well, how fast do you want the RPM to go? And then the RPM turned into its own shit show in a lot of ways. So it's like, technically speaking, I don't have a limit for my RPM outside of what material designs can handle. And it's like, yeah, except really there's a limit before that limit, because you have to add heat and torsional acceleration effects. So then you have G-force load and compressive loads and torsional, expansion loads, which then turned it into, so it's roughly around the 30 to 35K for like a 6.2, which is what I usually went with, or 5.2 to 6.9, and then I ended up doing like a 7.2 liter, because I was like, well, actually, you know what? I don't need a huge bore. I want long stroke. Long stroke is what it's always been about, Like, torque is torque. I like torquey torques, right? Like, right? And it's like, how do you make a big long stroke? And it's 7.2 liters, so it's a bit of a longer stroke, And it's all meant to go into a bus. See, like, that was the whole point of like van bus. You know what I mean? Like, I want vans again. I want buses again. I am so sick and tired of the SUVs and crossovers. Like, I don't like them. I want buses. I want vans. I hate the freaking just cars on the market. I don't want to buy anything new. None of them really satisfy me. None of it's something I care about. And then I turned into like this bus thing that's just like, well, I'll just suck in air and like, well, technically speaking, the tires extend past the front part of the bumper. And by technically, I mean about half an inch. So, it's not much. But it doesn't matter because it means because I have a lifted, you know, suspension that's all independent, and then I have it's now a hybrid, which it was like, well, why do you have a hybrid? Because it's a bus that I'm going to live in. So it makes total sense to have it be a hybrid. And then it's like, there's solar panels for me. There's like the basic, accoutrements of living in a bus, kind of like an Airstream sort of situation. Like the front's no longer like this weird shape. I hate buses. They're like flat. So it's like, all right, so I'm going to like curve in the sides a little bit, kind of like a fish, you know? And then it's like, well, I'm not allowed to do that, so I'm going to make it a little bit more bullet nosy. But then it's like, no, because you see this is a whale now, because this is where the gills that are coming off the sides of the whale, and then like this is the maw, the big old mouth, where my intake and all the rest of it is, right? So it's like, well, and then I have a diffuser, kind of like the bottom part, like straight lines that start small and then get wider. So then I have a T junction there, and then it's like, well, they're not really technically getting smaller, except I'm adding in air from the front. So it's like air diverts from the gills and towards and through these, which accelerates it and rides the boundary layer and increases the amount of downforce when done appropriately with the amount of cavity there. So the exhaust became something else entirely. So I was like, I'm going to separate the bottom floor panel with an exhaust separator that's just basically a bed liner at the bottom, and then like this is like a flat kind of style. Yeah, I mean it was like, hey, and then I have width over there, and then if I do this right, and then I have exhaust, and then it'll go up towards where the rear is. So that way I remove like the cavity, the drag area in the back. And it's like this chins in, cups it, gills go around the side and they suck in anyways. And then it makes more of a teardrop shape because like the top part then also has a degree of like this, they're not scoops, they're like the gills along the side. So it's like they're angled that way to help basically force a little bit of the air up over the window that you're going to see out of. Instead of it being super pointy, though, it's more roundy, kind of a thing. All right, but it's like we can't have someone that gets stuck underneath, and I'm like, that is correct. So that is why it basically looks much more like the opposite of what you might think, which is that. Because like that's the bumper. Yeah, no, it's like this is a cow catcher, on trains, which you're going to call it, but then it's curved. Right, yes. And then it's like where it's curved means the diffuser. And so, oh, yeah. So it's outwards, but then it curves in like any other bumper. But the geometric shape is effectively a circle shape, kind of more butt-like than anything else. If you look at it from the right angle, yeah. So, but then it goes from this singular kind of wide-ish, but then it's slightly curving back to a far more curving back, and then the gill, and then like the front part, which is where the hood is, you can pop up because actually the whole bumper pops up. So it's like this will pop up, but then it's like really you're probably just gonna pop up the entire part. Yeah. And it's like I can now work on my engine. Sweet, thanks. No problemo. Woohoo. Oh. Did you finally get it? It's a structural member, though. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it has latches. It has like several different spots of contact, so. Well, yeah. Why would you do that? Because crash-wise, it means that it's very, very strong in a crash. It won't try and move someone underneath. It'll actually try and move them away off to the side and hurt them less, or up and away and hurt them less. Which is what the whole thing is with air it's trying to do here. So, you know. It looks kind of weird in my mind. Okay, so uh, remember the old style 1930 to 1950s like grill that would go vertical, and then there are some of them that were horizontal. I think the vertical, but then the vertical is like starts to curve, wider, and then there's another smaller vertical that starts to curve wider. And so then it'll make like this geometric shape that's like a line wide, like the wide, like horizontal style grill. Ah, okay. Yeah, it looks pretty cool if you ask me, but then, never please everyone. Right? But this is where it like changed because like, well, you remember that intake from the front? Well, I have this thing called a compressor. Well, yeah. Right, yeah, no, okay, so it's sucking in some air. It's like, right, well, generally speaking, no, the exhaust is hotter. And so this is a heat exchanger to my exhaust. See, you got it already. Yep. And then it's like, well, I have to cool it from my radiator. Yep. Right, which then has to pass through with this, so it's already hotter and accelerating, and then it goes off into the dead zone behind, which that is kind of a traily tip. Just so, like it's kind of bulbous, that kind of goes to a point, but then this is where the air from the exhaust happens to go through along the sides and mostly at the bottom. So it's like a little bit along the sides and then mostly at the bottom, and then it's just regular boundary layer effects where it's like you remember like if you did it a little bit like the golf ball dimples. Well, instead of using golf ball dimples, because it's like I hate that, and they wouldn't let me because like fuck you, I guess I suppose. I was like, here's some windows in the corners of those pillars there. And I need this thing called like brake lights and like turn signal. So I was like, well, this is a light and a window and a turn signal stuff. So like I'll just position them properly to try and make a suck force and make it as it goes and travels around in a straight line, it'll suck down air into that cavity, which already happens to have a degree of that occurring thanks to the exhaust. Yeah, I know. And I have to separate it from one side to another. All right, so it's like as the intake at the front, which has to go through this to be able to produce any kind of downforce, which is like that's all I'm looking kind of to do. It's like, remember that front and the sides? Yeah. Okay, so the front and the sides, that's a boundary layer. So it's like I need a boundary layer there. And so like when it goes up to the top, it meets a faster moving air, and then it kind of curves in. Well, if I happen to make the right little elongated section with a little bit of bumpage right there, which is where like these are some lights for me to see moving forward, and then there's some lights there underneath. Basically the window. So I have lights above the window and below, and so now air likes to stick to the top, and then it likes to pull up in this nice little area, and then it skips forward over to the top where it sticks like a boundary layer, and then faster moving air will go over. But it's like I actually want that type of drag because then it'll try and curve in at the rear, and then I have a bunch of faster moving air at lower pressure at the bottom, like a big old diffuser, and so now I have a big spoiler that I can dynamically change, which is nice, actually. Yeah, because it's like, well, Yeah, I'm not really looking for that level of downforce, man. That's kind of intense. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because it's like that's stupid. I'm not gonna like, nah, nah, nah. No, but I do that, but at different pressures. There you go. Like, there's a skin. I need to have the right like, because I want it to be very thermally efficient. And so it's like, well, if air is moving over and there's pressure in here, and it's like if I want it to move and I use the right diaphragmic and then the right like reeds, instead of making piezoelectrics work for me, it's like, well, this is a Jules Thompson from smaller to a larger, and during that it accelerates and it gets compressed like a pulse tube, right? And then it's like this just means exchange of energy occurs really efficiently, like a Stirling, and then it wraps in as like it then has a lower here, and then it gets accelerated and undulated back in, kind of pumpy stuff as it travels, anyways. But then like that's already going to be there for the sound isolation and air thermal isolation. So it's like, well, I need it to have like specific parts and then sound traps. But then it's like those sound traps have to be supported by something, and that's the thermal. And then it has to have a degree of boundary that's in between, which is again the thermal. All right, and that makes it structurally stronger too, kind of stuff. But what that really means for me is at certain air pressures, meaning speeds, it then changes, and instead of along the sides and along the top, it's like, well, actually, I'm just going to shove more air from that engine area towards the rear and along like the pillar areas where the front or the window is, and then go up towards the top. And that's where solar panels are, anyways, and you cool them. So it's like, well, this will help cool them, just whatever. And then then it goes off towards the rear. So the faster it goes, like the more the front turns into like, I don't really need that much downforce. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of bad. Not really my kind of thing. You know what I mean? So sort of stuff. And then I travel with less downforce, but more aerodynamically efficient progress. Right? And that meant there's a bunch of really super simple to manufacture uh, fronts and tops, because it's effectively stamp, push it together, grr, and then zzz, and that would be enough. With like, of course, you need the insulation, which the insulation turns into really simple stuff. Um, I know, because it's like, is it? And the answer is, yeah, no, but I just decided to use the fast, like, what's it called? The fast fashion, you know, just waste that comes from it. Because it's like, there's a bunch of shirts and pants and all that rest of it. And so it's like, brr, literally, I'm not even, it's that fast. Yeah. It was like, pack it here and then squeeze it and then we'll just shred it like this. And then, like, that was more than good enough to, like, cause all of that to just be really heavily insulated and with the right slots, the right little grooves. So it was like stamp, push it together, and then it wouldn't allow for that to get caught or come out, really. But it still has sound that travels to it, deadens itself, but then also is thermally insulated. You know what I mean? Kind of cool stuff. And as a way to use waste for my advantage, especially with like how much I use plastic as a similar concept for the windows, because it's like, well, if I use really thin, how do I make this cheaper? Like, I hate how fucking annoying these things are. Yeah, they are actually genuinely annoying. Like for real, it was just like pissing me off after a bit. Like Windows, like first and foremost, glass is the best thing. It seems like it's so much stronger. It's heavy though, so fucking heavy. I hate it. It's the worst. It's the worst. Yeah. So it's like, uh, What's over there? What do you got over there? Is those LCDs? Or those old TVs? Yum! Mine now. Those are mine. No one else's. And then it's just layering them. And then while I'm cooling it, I just stretch it. So it's like I have a suction at the edges, and then I'm cooling it rapidly, and then it produces with like little plastic layers in between and along the outside a really strong structure that makes it such that it's still flexible, but it's way lighter, way stronger, and it doesn't have this stupid problem of refraction where like you can't see it because of the angle. You know what I mean? You can't see out of it. And so it's like that's finally gone. Fucking phenomenally better in all ways. And now I didn't have any issues anymore at that point, having to deal with like the ruffle. Because it's like, look at a potato chip. So then with the ruffles of the potato chip, and then I pressy and squeezy and sucky, and then beautiful window. Very strong structure. No way to do it better. Well, for as cheap. You know, you can do better, but not as cheaply. So it was like, I can finally see out my window, and it goes all the way the fuck up there. Holy shit, yeah. It's like, why? Because I'm tall, and I have to lean forward constantly, and it sucks if it's not there for me to be able to see the stoplights, and I hate them when I can't see them. It's the worst. Right, yes, no, yeah. They have them so high up, I can't see nothing. It's like, lift your head up, man. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, no, with my let me just look at this fucking like roof here. It's just so nice, this roof. Anyways, this is actually thinner at the top than it is. It's trapezoidal, is what I'm trying to get at the bottom. And so like geometrically makes great mechanical, grip. But then the wheels are further out than where like the trapezoidal part is as well. Then it's like they have this other suspension where it's able to finally remove like this type of like much, kind of annoying, if I'm being honest, much more annoying sort of style of like internal, roll cage, right? So it's like, well, I'm just gonna make this be like there, and then it'll just be, right here, and then it'll go up, and then this will just, and then I'll use like this. So, really quick, I have to describe how to use suspension with a internal and a bunch of like tubes. Essentially, is what that would be. Yeah, because it's like, so I take this string over here, and I have like a little point where it's balanced off of, and it goes all the way over there. But then there's a mass that's really technically it that's held to this rod that's sticking up. And then because of this, even though it's really heavy over there, it doesn't know it's heavy over there because it's pivoting off of this spot on the rod and then pushing the weight in another area, like the suspension tables that people have built. What it means is that then is balanced, and you can put weight on either end, and it doesn't like to tilt much. You know what I mean? Until you get to the center, but the center then of course doesn't have much effect, so, good stuff, right? Similar kind of concept. So it's like, instead of strings, we have vacuum and pressure. And this is really just strong tubes in certain areas that I use with some diaphragms. So it's like, this is regular suspension for the independent suspension, and then it's like, well, and now it goes into the middle, and because I have like the big floor pan, which is now actually like a big exhaust in its own right. So it's like, that then means I can then have a bunch of little small vacuum spots that run along the outer side of the inside where the cabin and everything is parts are. And then the tube is connected to the vacuum part, right? And then there's a diaphragm for pressure. course. And then it's like, well, I need to make it stronger, but I only need those to be the suspension. So it's like this, the outside and inside. Remember the whole like connection, and then, well, I had to put something there anyways. So it's like, why not what is effectively a way stronger style of tube? Yeah, it has to be on something. So instead of making a tube frame, it's like, well, if I make tubes the right area, in the right area, and then the rest of it connects, and it makes it lighter because I don't need as much, but now it can roll, and it can handle its weight under a lot of impact. But because of the suspension, the vacuum suspension, it then means like it won't want to make this pressure get exerted only there. It wants to make it move all the way around here, which turns into a bunch of areas for things to pass through with tubes. So it's like there's tubes in the right area, and then there's other like spots where it has to connect to that area, and then the suspension turns into like this is vacuum string effectively. Yeah, I know. It's really hard to describe that because it's like, well, and then that's not the whole half of that. Because remember the vacuum thing, and that has to. There's got to be something there. Okay, so it's like there has to be a tube that is around that. Right? Yeah. No, I know. So basically, so there's not a tube frame, huh? No, you can't make a tube frame. It's too expensive. It's the worst. Stamp it the right way. You make a tube out of that its own. Right. And then you put tubes in the right area that help it with its structural stability, and you thicken it the right area, a little better. It's inside of my ear, my hair ain't. All right. So think airplane fuselage, and then it has structures in between the outer and inner hull, and then it runs lines for the various things it has to do. Similar concept, except now the lines are just insulation and sound traps, which need to be there anyways for my tubes. And so now it's like I have a roll cage, and then it's stamped, and then I have the hole, like the diaphragm, which we don't use O-rings. I have to have it be very sealed and last for an enormously long time. So it's effectively just built that way. I know, but it's like that means it just gets air pumped out. That's all it is. But stamp, connect, bolt, zap. You get that kind of picture. You're all bolt, kind of thing. But then it's like suck it out. But it's like then it seals really hard, very forcefully, because there's a degree of pressure elsewhere acting on the vacuum tubes to try and force it. So it's like there's a vacuum. I just transfer the air. So it's like I transfer the air from the vacuum thing, and then that goes into there, and then I put more air in there. I know, right? But, right. So, while that's better now, it's honestly just as strong as a regular roll cage. For me, I changed it to being a couple of different pivot points. So it's like on the corner, if I'm on a corner turn really fast, it tilts inwards, is the way the suspension is built, specifically to do that, but it rests upon the stamped frame. All right, so like it then tilts to do that, but then like that outside and then forward kind of style of G-force then has like up to this point a big, I'm leveraged over here. So all of this mass has a bunch of like strong rods that are then over here pivoting off of this further back as well, and the geometry helps that quite a bit because it tilts. And so same thing with braking forward, it then sends most of the mass that's trying to be sent forward over into the rear, past that point. and then it tries to use that to help it with grip. Same thing with trying to accelerate really quickly, pushes it forward. So it's like that's all it's trying to do. Works really well because it's a big, decent sized bus. Like instead of like this is like like the dinky little VW, Volkswagen bus that they're trying to fucking say is something I would want, which I don't. It's like I wanted something that actually made sense because I want to live out of it. I want to go camp. I want to go travel. I want to go four wheel. That's why the suspension geometry, all of this is made that way. It's like this helps me get closer to the ground and be able to be even better at rock crawling to a given spot and not have it be as dangerous, I would say. Uh, going over some of those rougher trails to get to a livable camping spot. All right. So, like, that's what that was. It's big, but it's not, like, stupendously big. Okay? So it's like, it's lifted, but, like, it's not lifted like the equivalent of, like, really, really big rock crawlers and so on. So, how better to phrase that? Because it's like, remember the Airstream? Yeah? It's pretty close to the size of the Airstream. Like the silver, structure that's a trailer for RVs that you can, go and live out of. Kind of similar to size. It's slightly shorter, but technically it's long. It's taller, okay, and it's wider in that sense, and then taller as well. But then I also have the suspension, so that kind of thing. But it's shorter in length, like because I'm tall. I'm freaking tall, okay? I'm 6'4". I'm sick and tired of being like, you scrunch down, and I hate that. It's the worst. So the other part is like it's a camber shell, so it's like it'll pop up to having like an actual big little tent area. So it's like it's trapezoidal, but then it's like I can slide out these little arms on the corners and then lock them in. This is good stuff. But like the camber shell, that's where remember the whole like we've got like solar panels, right? It's like yeah, no, still there. They're still there. It's just like they're just at the top of that. Yeah, no, it's still there. No, it's all good. I get you. Totally. I would totally be like confused in every way. I get you. But it's like that's what sits on there. It's like you can either have it with that or not. So it's like standard or I wanted the camber tent. So it's like that'll instead of like opening like just vertically, it goes off to the side and then you like because you're gonna have to crank it. So I know it's like why is it always with cranks? Because I never want a failure point that I can't overcome with mechanical, like me just doing it. Because like, oh yeah, no, just hit the button, but then like whatever, it'll just and then it's a bunch of vacuum and springs. So it's like here's a spring pressure, here's vacuum, sucky sucky, squeeze squeeze. I'm all of a sudden out. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. It's a little too sexual, I think, on that one. God. All right, moving forward though, like it's basically that, and so you crank it, it goes from where it's at. I think a bunch of like circles, or like quarter circles really, that then flare out like flower petals, and then the arm's internal structure then pops this up, and then they geometrically make triangles that fold into each other, and then it's able to uh, go much taller than normal and much wider than normal because then the solar panels they stay where they are but they arch. So like think like a geometric dome. But then there's suspension to this side and that side like in cross diagonal. And so then they rest upon that, and then the in the center, right, holds up the solar panels at the top, which is why it's like it's not really cranking anything. Well, you're right, but I actually kind of need a screw to do all that to like make the mechanical linkage as it does this, then unfold everything to where it then like becomes a big old huge tent at the top. And then it's like, well, so here's the cool like poles if you think they're cool. I don't. But it's like time to get out the poles. Yeah, no, I have poles. They're telescoping poles. So and then they have like little feet that fold outwards that are on them. So it's like, yeah, stick them, let them fall to the ground, kick them in, to the top, so that way it has more support. Because I don't want it to rock and I don't want it to fold over and I don't want any of that business. And I have like 4 poles, and then it's very steady now. So good to go on that side. And then the geometric part turns into like, oh, I have a couple of nice little Lorentz mirrors, and then some basic fiberglass, I guess, thing, and some mirrors around it. This is not technically fiberglass. That's a better way to put that. Thank you. Yeah, no, because it's a vacuum tube that's like bendy, so that has like mirrors on the outside like a fiberglass, but then it has to have like a bendy glass, plastic-ish thing, which means it's glass and it's plastic that allows for it to slide and telescope around. So, but it has to have a vacuum in it. And the whole reason for the vacuum means less loss to the air. It sucks. I hate it. It gets hot. I don't like it. And so then I just stick it to this area, and then it shines onto the whatever you want to cook. And then here's the, top part, or well, this is just you like accordioning it down. I mean, it's a literal accordion down, like kind of spring thing for like the vent that you would have for this, which goes around. That's right, around the solar panels. But it's like, right, the insides of the bottom and then at the outsides. So it's like there's 2 separate geometric domes here. So there's a slight gap. But air comes in from the bottom and from the sides. It goes up, it goes back down, it curves in, and then it goes off towards the air filled, because the air has to go somewhere. Okay, so if there's a vacuum here and it has to move air somewhere, where does the air go? Into the structure inside. Thank you. Thus making a suspension area, from like the little strings that has to attach from the outside. Anyways, point is, sucks in air to the bottom, and it's not really, it's like small, and then it's like medium, and then large, but then large holes are like really just a bunch of numerous small holes, but there's more surface area, and then medium is like these medium-sized holes, but there's very little surface area, and then even less, but larger holes at the bottom that are big screen filters, because I don't want bugs. And I certainly don't want fucking rain getting in. I fucking hate it. It's still kind of humid, and I hate it. So it's just like, well, this is an easy way to remove humidity, because it's like, well, there's solar panels here. And so if I use the right solar panels, humidity then gets captured. And if I have a vent, then the vent then has air come out that's hot. And then it Bernoulli principles the, results of air flow of humidity. So like this is a vortex humidity exchanger. So it's like humidity comes in, then it then exchanges, it goes and passes through because it's denser air, because it's more humid, but it's also flowing, captures heat away from the solar panels, and then gets brought out as the hot air travels away from the inside. But eventually you can't use it anymore. So then it just goes and travels off into the solar panels from the underside to the solar panel area. And you get the picture. I see what you're saying. like a lot of people are like, oh, that's right, and wouldn't, and oh my god, I hate it. It's the worst. It's like I can hear them, just like that's a nice thing. Mm. So I got it from others. And like I fucking hear that. Who is that? But it's like, well, it's super simple to make. And it needs a few contact points, but then it's like, why would I use a few when it's like I can make many, and so if any were to fail, then there's redundancy, you know? And then certain panels are much easier to just make as like the mirror, lens thing, right? And then it's like easy to cook, and I still have the ability to hook it into the bus below, right? And then it's like cooking in my camping tent, and it's pretty high. It's decent. It's a 7 foot high tent, so like it's pretty big, and it's pretty long, but wide too. So it's like I can have like so many people, and there's even suspension. So remember the whole like accordion thing? Well, instead of doing that, I have like hammocks, but then they have like suspension points that are connected that you connect at the bottom of the floor and off to the sides, and then off to the sides at the top, and so on. So like, you can have a lot of people sleep in that if you wanted to, but I almost would imagine nobody would do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I can put more people this way than I could put inside of my bus. You know what I mean? I can make just, what is this, like freaking 30 people at the top, and then I could get like freaking the little geometry thing. Fucking wow. Yeah, oh yeah, and a whole super cool thing. So it's like, so cabinets, this, that, all that, right? Okay, cool. You say this, but suspension the right way, the right padding, and the right little sliding and panels means geometrically, like origami, means I suddenly have a bunch of places to lay down. And I can fold away and still put plates away, but they're now just better stored. Same thing with the water box. So the water box was something cool. So I was like, this is a water box, but it's like the top is a vacuum and the bottom's mostly filled. And so then I just open it up, and then I have a little bit of a pump for like the water that goes up to the top where the roof is, and there's a little bit of a reservoir, so it's like 1-to-1, it's connected. And then there's that little like water tension effect, and then I get that to fall back down, yeah, into the vacuum. But it's like, no, 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 no. Can't use a vacuum like that, okay? Because it's like I needed to go through a faucet, right? Well, yeah, but there's a vacuum there. Oh, yes, absolutely. But there's another diaphragm above that. So it's like, oh, it'll suck up to that point, and then it'll fill up the top part of the box, and then it'll slowly try and use that as the pump, as it, of course, gains more water above, and it makes it easier to pump it up, thus removing the pump eventually as it runs altogether. And then it's like, here's a heat exchanger. Guess what? It makes steam, it makes a lower pressure, and then like it collapses steam into a higher pressure, and that comes out as hot water. But then it makes an oscillating rotational effect. So it goes up, and then rotates and down, and rotates, and that makes a pump go from out to end, out to end, and then gives you cool looking showerhead water. Oh yeah, look at me. I'm getting sprayed with very little water, but it's very, 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 very decently large droplets mixed with some medium and some small, so you actually can like properly wash your body, and it's much more efficient because I use a water pump. It's going to be hot, so it's like it's going to already be warm because it's trying to push the water up to begin with. And so then it's a heat exchanger that uses a Stirling effect that makes that whole pump action occur, because I'm just making electrically resistive heat occur. And then because there's a valve here, which is where your shower head is and where you're going to receive the water basically is. So then it's like, well, then it'll pump through, and then it'll douse you with shower water that is nice and warm and above you. So that's good, and very efficient. At least I thought so. You know, especially when it's like, the sun be helping me out. Oh yeah, nice little water, son. It's not really, but you get the picture on that one, But it's like, because it's a ball of plasma, so it's not water. So don't think it is. That kind of thing. But I'm gonna move on from that because it's like, well, then I have a shower curtain that goes around the shower head, and it's like it pulls air up from the top, and no way anymore. It pulls it up from the bottom, and you stand on this little stand, and then like the shower actually goes into that stand, and so it pulls under and then goes through the secondary shower curtain around the outside. So it's like there's an inner shower curtain, then an outer shower curtain for that. Okay, so that there's an in-between shower curtain that's a net, effectively. It's more like a curvature, like a double helix kind of connection. Now, the reason why I do this is so that way it stays where it's at, because I hate it. It is literally the worst. I hate this shit. Yeah. It's like I don't want it to collapse on me. It's sticky and it never goes away because of water tension. It's the worst. I fucking hate it. Anyways, so then it goes up to the top and it blows air down. But then there are these little overhangs towards the midpoint that it also blows air down. And then from the stand that you're on, it then happens to absorb all the water, and then it'll filter it off with a pump. So that way it doesn't go into the ground below, so you can reuse that water later. The top then happens to have one area, kind of like goes up and then has to go over and diffuses, and then like that helps with the diaphragmic stuff. So as heat comes in, the steamy hot water, it then pressurizes, and then has to go up, and then it collects a little bit of that water, and because it's steam anyways, it's able to get re-added in to the shower head after a little bit of filtration. Not much. You don't really need much. It's already steam, so it's just like whatever. But yeah, most of it gets captured, but some of it comes out. Because, of course, you can't get everything. But still, it's pretty good. And then the rest of the air comes out, and you have constant fresh air coming in. And you'll know if anybody comes around because, of course, like, fuck you. Who's there? I can hear your ass. This is thin shower curtain, but it's a bunch of meters effectively on the outside and on the inside. But then the inside is just a thicker kind of like, I don't want you to see me stuff. Like, no way. No. Stop trying to look in. This is private time. You know what I mean? But it's bigger. So it's like, instead of like one tiny little shower head kind of thing, this is a kind of convex sort of circle that allows it to spray a lot better, more efficiently around the given area that we have. Kind of like a, tent, or like a circus tent. So it's like it goes out and then down. That kind of thing. Which is a good thing, I believe, personally, because it was like, well, this is a way easier way to get, like, if I have a wife or any kids that need to shower together, whatever the fuck, to conserve water, or like we just prefer to shower together, then I'm done and I'm good and I don't have to worry anymore. This is like, you take showers together, parents, whatever, individual or whatever, I don't give a fuck. Parents and kids and families are all of them what they are, and I don't have to worry. You know what I mean? So, fuck that, But then there's a separator, if you so choose, in between. So it's like one side versus another, and it's like, right, you're there. Yeah, well, still I got good space though. It's true, yeah. Make sure to use your water efficiently. You know what I mean? It's like, that's where it came from. It's like, you're wasting my water. Do you know how much this fucking costs? I have to go all the way down over here, and I have to set up all this freaking dehumidifying crap. And then I have to go over to here, because this is the only freaking source in this area. And then I have to go filter it with the sun and some wind and some pumping action to create a vaporization thing with heat helping and a lower pressure. Anyways, long and the short of that one turned into like, well, it came back as demineralized water. Right, no, I know. Whatever. It's killed all the bacteria, kind of. Like, it's so low pressure that they wouldn't have, like, bodies to exist, but then it's like, I still want to filter out whatever that is. So it's like, alright, let me just, like, brrr, with some electricity over here, and then this is boiling. Yeah, no, there's a whole thing. So it's like, if it's boiling, I use a little bit of electricity, and I shock it the right way with the right light coming through, it then happens to destabilize basically all of compounds, like except for like extraordinarily resilient and resistant forever chemicals. But there's like, well, if I pressure it the right way during an acceleration run, then it turns into a supercritical steam. And then if I shock it right there too, then it'll burn it. And I got a whole bunch of minerals that I just like get out of here, and then I just get a bunch of like literally just straight H2O. There's nothing. And it's like, what minerals you want? Boom, whatever fucking good ones there are. And this turns into like, so this shocky is already making fieldy wieldy, which then this making spinny, this is centrifugal, and then this is charge separation, and then turn into, these are the minerals, and those are the only minerals I want. So it's like, that's good. No calcium, I guess. There's a lot less calcium. There's still some, you know. There's mostly iron and magnesium, you know, for the most part, because it's straight that. There's nothing else. There, no. But it just used like water and electricity, and it doesn't matter. I was tired of dealing with it after a while. Because it's like, well, now it works, and it's basically underneath the overhang of the tent anyways. So it's like, whatever, I don't have to care, and it's fucking sealed. Nobody can see you from the top. That's true. Yeah, pretty fun stuff. So it's like, I've got my shower, I've got my sink, I've got my cabinets, which those ones are fold out, like, style plates. So it's like, they slide on each other, they're slightly inside, and then they fold out, and then there's like a vacuum, you know, kind of thing, and then you slide this thing over, and it stays where it's at. So it's like, this plate's now there, and then I can freaking really hardcore shrink it. Which is nice. I prefer that. Yeah, it's just like, and then same thing with like cups. Like metal cups were like all the rage, but after a while, I was getting pissed off at the metal cups because they were like, well, all the minerals are bad. Like every metal, if you keep drinking from it, will eventually give you problems. Not really, but it was like, yeah, fucking whatever, I don't care. You know, fucking the stupid people. Keep talking like they know something. So it turned into another version of the same thing. It was like, I'll just origami fold this fucker and then spin this knob. And it's literally just like spring tension ceramic. It's like thin ceramic, and then it's like I fold this open, and I twist this, and then it's like, oh, here's the handle, and then the cup's there, and it's sealed, and you know, like there's no water getting in there, and then there's a vacuum, and so it's vacuum insulated every time, and it works perfectly, like literally all the time, But now they're like basically you fold them out kind of style, like a freaking another style of a freaking flower. Got some bowls that are the same. Got straws that are similar. There's telescoping, but there's like a tube within a tube, kind of like a Chinese finger trap. Yep. And it's like if you stop trying to yank it, it's like then you twist it. So like you yank it out and then you twist it and then it stays and then you twist it back and it goes back together. Kind of stuff. A lot of spring tension stuff, you know. And then the oven was a similar design. So it's like a 4 burner, too small, too large. And then the oven's another version of the same thing, where it's like it's got the width that you want for like most of everything, but like it's kind of small. So it's like you're not planning on making big old turkeys in this fucker. It's not what that's about. You know what I mean? Unless you want to do a vertical style, like a shawarma, in which case you could probably get it done. Really? Yeah, yeah, because then we'll use like we'll lift it up and then like we'll shrink the sides in, and then that makes the burners basically remove any space in between them. So it's like one big burner, which then we have like this little countertop burner, like griddle thing that we will give you. And then it's like mostly light and then electrical resistive heating with convective air that will also help. So it's like we have to cool the fiber optic and the light coming in. The stuff that's reflecting and everything. So it's like, might as well make heat for me. And I need it to help me with drawing air out from the vent anyways. So it's like, well, then I'll have air start initially coming out of the vent, and then I'll have still a little bit of rotation happen, and an acoustic pump side. So like there's a separation side, and so as air goes in, it gets brought in with a rotation thing that I have to spin, which is a fan blade, it's hubless. And so when that moves, it then vibrates the shroud, which is the inside shroud, and then the air in between then changes its valving, which then makes an acoustic pump, thus making it more efficient. Which means I don't need as much at least, in terms of actual spin from electricity. Air will do the rest once heat gets involved. And heat from the griddle is there. And so like vertical wise, I can still do like a decent sized turkey, and I don't need to do it diagonally. If you want to do diagonal, then you can do like a Dunkin' or something, I suppose. But it's another version of IR and microwave, go burr, and then regular natural light, and then there's like a little, a pretty decent amount of mirror with holes in it, which I need to fucking have air come through anyways. So it's just like, well, I'll rotate air to a degree inside of it, and then I'll pump it around using the same kind of effect, and then I'll shine light in it, and then it still has electrically resistive heating for the box kind of thing, which will make IR happen. So I was like, well, this will just shine back IR, and then if I constructively, destructively interfere it, then I get microwave. With the right layering and filtration of the different holes and slots and so on, with a destructive to an elongated microwave style filtration of IR, destructive to a constructive microwave interference. And then air passes through it, so it cools it while I'm electrically resistively heating it. So it's very efficient. Then you have light in the corners and in the middles. And it's reflective to the vast majority because, like, well, it's IR, and so, it tends to work, You're always so angry about it. But it works really rather well. Same thing with the top of the griddle. There's another, like, bunch of little shiny parts from the 4 burners, but now it's, gonna shine all that instead of like the electric resistive plates. So we use plates that will have light be absorbed by the plates and then electrical resistive heating go through, and then there's like a little bit of air that goes around the sides and a little bit through the center, or throughout like the plate. So it goes from a wider to a smaller back into a bunch of little diffused holes at the top, but like they're not really diffused, so they're angled. So like there's an overhang and then they're angled. So that way like air will pass around and up any pot or pan you use, and then we have like another, like we'll stick this thing onto the burner and then that'll cover the sides. And then we have another version for like a lid that just goes over it, and then because it's got clear spots, then it'll shine light in there, and it'll connect electrically to the side thing that we put in there, and then it'll do what is the equivalent of a kettle. All right, so it's like it's got what is a radiator that electrically resistively heats. And then the outsides also are heated, and then there's a lot of light from microwave and IR that are also heating up whatever is inside. And then it also stirs that radiator because it has to float. So it's like direct connection, but then it like moves it using electrically so repulsive styles of movement. So like a stir pill and like the things called I don't know, chemistry. It then makes it such that it spins this, and the outsides are warm and the insides are warm. Lots of warming of whatever's inside. We get it. So do you hear them just constantly badger on like it won't work? Because I'm also getting that. And they're like, I'm tired, I don't want to do anything, and I don't like describing stuff and everything, and I have to listen, and I get it'll work, it's really... Anyways, because I hear that, like, everywhere. Yeah. No, remember that thing with the shroud for the venting thing? Yeah. That shines in light from the top to where the burners are, and you can dynamically change it as a lens mirror system in its own right for any pan frying. And or the griddle, which there's another whole thing on that one, because I don't want you to get burned from the light. So it's like right. So then what does that mean? So it doesn't reflect as much outwards from the shape of the griddle that you put on there. Instead, it goes up to the area where the mirror is, and then it goes back in. So think satellite dish to satellite dish, and so burr together, and no focal point is allowable. There's some loss, yeah, I just don't really care. Because it's like, I'd rather you get lost than burn your arms. Fucking retards every time. They're like, no, let me just shine it onto my... Hi, Darwin Award winner. What you been up to? I have a two-way mirror there, just so you know. Or one-way mirror, whatever it is. But it's like, that is around where you stick your handles and stuff in. So it's like, you're only able to reach in certain areas anyways. So it's like, well, I'll just put a shroud there. And then I'll just capture all the fucking light and just bounce it back. But I never really understood why someone would want it. Because it was like, well, just don't fucking do that. Like, what are you doing? Like, if you went full bore on this fucker, you effectively have, let's say we're Ecuador. We're just fucking hanging out at the highest peak. We've got, nothing but all the IR because our ozone left. Because, climate change is real. And then we were all like, yo, so I heard you like large amounts of ultraviolet converted into microwave and IR and natural light and other stuff. And then decided to like cook a fuck ton of things on your burners for some reason. Jeez. Right, like it doesn't make sense after a while. What is this? Oh, so you felt like just making a big, ginormous, huge amount of light gets converted into fuck you energy, I guess. Oh yeah, no. There are a lot of like. Remember the front window? Well, the sides have to be somewhere. You're connected to something. So it's like, well, this is a bunch of sweet solar panels. Same thing along the sides and the other pillar areas. Because like I've got these pillars, they've got fucking windows. I got this thing goes up to the roof, window. I've got this fucking thing in the rear, window. I've got these other pillows, window. I got this other side, window. Lots and lots of windows. They're chromatic in a way. So, you know, e-ink displays, it's like, well, if I shine a thingy, right, is what they would say. And I'm like, no, because you're a dumbass, and I'm not stupid like you. If I shine a thingy, did you hear that? If I shine a thingy, how about electrically zap a thingy, you fuck up? You gotta spine and say something correct without paying them. Yeah, you're paying them to fucking say bullshit again. Jesus, fuck, get over it. I'll pay anyone, whoever I want. Oh, fucking hell. Another version of fucking retards everywhere. I have money, so therefore important. You're not. Anyways, so a version of this was the equivalent of, alright, so they're now mirrors that then capture off to the various fiber optics and tubes that we happen to have that are there, which are really just like, this is window to here, this then goes into this, which is how I get the shiny, and then here are the rest for the bird juice of electrons. And then I was good because I have large amounts of solar collection. So the idiosa retardation, that is the stupid that says it can't work this way, should fucking go off to La La Land they're in for fantasy having douchewad face exists in it already. Fucking assholes. It was super simple to make this. It's just basically a slight curve, and then the inside is like a slight curve again, but convex to its concave. You know? So like it's convex here, it's concave here. And then this is concave there, but then that's a collector, two-way mirror. This is then collector, two-way mirror. You get the picture. Simple stuff, easy to understand. Dummy-dumbs don't get this one trick to simply say things that are correct and logical on how to make this happen, and then they should shut up if they don't. So, I then did that. I have all the solar collection I need for that. Like, ridiculous amounts. I have lots of solar for, like, any amount of electrical resistive heating. Then, do you know this thing called a fucking, like, I don't know, an insulated cooling boxy thing? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's filled with insulated layers and in between batteries. Cabinets, batteries, and insulative layers. Oh, you sure you're leaving now? Fucking dick. The fuck? Get out of here. Douchewads every time. Really? Yeah, no, it's like I just imagine myself just fucking kicking him in the ass. Get out of here, you fuck up. What are you doing? Fucking retards. Held back by hindered belief systems. Retardations. No, you're saying the. Anyways, moving on. Bunch of solar collection, bunch of power generation, and then it's like, well, then I also have like humidity. So like humidity versus this thing called not humidity equals charge difference for electron flow stuff, which we've already done before, and it's come out. And then it's like, well, if I happen to use this, which happens to be just the equivalent of this is a heat storage because it's an acoustic pump because it's like windows and heat and then air movement. And then it's like, well, that's heat. So heat then go to this thing, which is like the equivalent of a heat storage. And then I'll just have it happen to burr in a heat exchange from the outside air versus the heat where it happens to be. And then movement of piezoelectrics gets the job done because mechanical stress and strain happens to be producing 90% of that mechanical stress and strain into electricity because that's how piezoelectrics work. And a diaphragm can be made with piezoelectrics. Same thing as well with the basic simple principle of Stirling. Stirling now is 90% efficient. And then if I move it, because, it can connect the things, then means, oh, I have magnets and this is a coil, and so now I have even more electricity for my electricity because, yo, bro, I heard you like electricity, and since I'm cooling it anyways because exchanging of heat is occurring, which then now makes it so that I'm even more efficient and I make even more electricity, and if I spin burr to burr, then I make even more electricity as it linear generates and spins. Stirling effect. Opposed piston. Okay. So basically I'm a stupid. Yeah, you are stupid. You fucking fuck up stupid. Shut up. Stop challenging. Just let me talk. I would have gotten to it. You fucking retard. It's like, here's the piezoelectric fucking vacuum and air pressure tires. Like the rims are basically a bunch of piezoelectric. I heard about it. Shut up! Stop interrupting, you fucking stupid! I want to finish my sentence. Fuck! Get out of here. Jesus. Shit, you're never worth it. Never are. Never accept anything from them. It'll never be useful. Ugh. They always try and tempt, but they're always fuck-ups. Do everything worse. And they'll just go and ruin everything. So, moving on. Basic, easy little fucking shit. To, I have a tire that will roll and needs to squeeze and will produce a degree of heat and rubber vibration. Can I shoot them? If I can figure out where these fuckers are in real life, motherfucker, I swear to God, I'd remove them right now. So, the vacuum is not proportional to the air pressure of the tire. That is separate with several different sections that can fail but still have the rest of the tire be inflated. Now, the vacuum is the tube, the pressure outside in the band keeps it formed, with the spring tension out and in with the vacuum and then pressurized air happens to make the rim stick together and stay together. It's now stronger and less prone to deformation, with smaller overall parts that need to be thick. It has less weight, stronger, it is thinner. Then I have a rubber that can be very low pressure, but because it has a multitude of structures throughout, and steel bands, ceramic fiberglass composite steel bands that are interwoven within the vulcanized style of plastic and rubber combo from e-waste I happen to use. So that happens to make bleeder systems. As a result, if it punctures here, it doesn't go other places. It's sealed. It's just multiple tubes effectively, and once one part has a given amount of loss, it then seals against itself. So like, think it's open, and then it can't move in. Who is this retard that's keeping themselves going by spinning and spinning as if they're somehow something? I don't know. They were trying to do this weird, like, oh, I know what you're doing, and I'm so sorry, but actually I'm trying to fuck with you, so. I'm like, yeah, I am trying to tell you. Yeah, I know that you're trying to fuck with me, yeah. Who is this? Like, honestly. Because I know they're not the split brain. They're like outside, kind of like a feeling, but not there. Not like sensation, like they're there, presence thing, or perception. So it's like they're not like a weight. They're not like my arms are floating on these, bands of balloons. No, no hallucination thing. It's just like, who are you? Like I know what you're doing, dude. Like you're just a bunch of little field collapses as a virtual particle because I talked about it. You can't know what's going on in your brain, so you can't use your brain as a sensor data input with your. You can't do. Shut up! I get it. You fucking showcased everything about what it is I said was wrong. That can't be done, and I've been spinning. Wow. Do you think that'll help them? I'm honestly like, do you think that'll help them to like you? Is that why you ask them these questions and then answer it so quickly because you know what that is? Because like I know what you're doing, you're acting for them because you already know that you're a piece of shit, but you want them to get on to your side as if you're a good person and you feel something, but you're really just acting because you're a psychopath. Could you fucking? But you're around someone, you're acting a lot more like you have emotions when you don't. The moment they're gone, you stop doing that. So what happened? Did they believe me and you didn't like it and then you changed and you started acting like, you're not what you are and who you are and what you usually do? Yeah. Well, there you go. Okay. And then they're just going to fucking answer, is he talking to himself? And I'm like, go through all the other YouTube videos. Basically, they're like, I'm trying to help you by fucking basically saying stuff that but I was forced to because normally I try and fuck you over. Yeah, here you go. And it's a long concept, effectively, that basically goes super amazing, works very well, super easy to manufacture, easy to fucking, like, just build, too. Which apparently is what makes them angry. Stop. Oh! There he is again. I want to hurt you. Why won't you let me? Yeah, this is what I genuinely have to deal with when I don't record. I guess I've been talking for long enough and they just wanted to interrupt and try and make me sound insane. Because it's like, well, you seem really animated. You're manic. You're psychosis. And I'm like, all right, a psychosis. You can't do that with your brain. You can't. Doesn't mean anyone else can't. I've never seen anyone else. Oh, yeah, no, you've seen all the people. All time. Could we pretend at least that we're not this? No. Ah. So anyways, really good bus concept, easy to manufacture. It's a high torque monster. But that 7.2, that was for the big boy style, like I'm a semi-truck and I want all the torque, real high efficiency, can run off of hydrogen much more efficiently now with batteries. Because like now that, remember that spinning part for where the crankcase is for the axle? That's a radial axle motor because it's hollow anyway, so might as well use it. See the ring gear? Remember that? Oh yeah, no, right, yeah. So you're stupid again. So shut up, stupid. It's getting cool too because oil. Okay, so then it's a hybrid engine, and then it was like, well, remember that flat, like I made like the little rectangle thing, right? That was because I wanted to use thermoelectric, thermophotovoltaic, piezoelectric material. So it's like just layer it and then cool it on the outside with regular coolant. And then same thing with the radiator concept, which is another version of piezoelectric diaphragm. This is a vacuum here, but then there's holes that are trying to get to that, but then it happens to not do that. And then shaky heat, cold. You get the picture? Right, yeah, this is a heat sinks. Bingo. Stirling engine, cooling piezoelectric, mechanical stress strain, heat to electricity, but then also as air comes through, smaller to medium to large, back into small, and then it all has to come back into the same pressure. During that, it helps increase the Stirling effect, Jules Thomson style, with a thermoacoustic pump, making 90% efficient the radiator's heat to electricity because piezoelectrics are everywhere in it. You can't just do that because I say so and fuck you. Well, I can because I'm the manufacturer. Suck it. I'm going to absolutely do that. What are you kidding me? I'm not going to make your garbage shit. I'm going to make my stuff that's better than you. You guys are shit. Like, why would you manufacture shit like this? I literally can make it so fucking cheap and so much more efficient and more powerful than anything you've ever made in your life. Why the hell would I ever make anything like yours? You guys don't understand why I'm angry about you fucking clods just going after me. And then I'm like, so you're a bunch of idiots that don't see how that can work. And then I have to explain it to a bunch of babies, effectively, because that's what you are and what you're being. And then I have to do the other side where I go, all right, so I'll just make a better fucking thing than yours is because I can just layer it in plates because that's easy as fuck. And that's why I made the whole original, like, hey, remember that fluid thing that moves everything and is super way more efficient? Well, here's how to make it even more efficient. Even if, like, mechanically wise, it was already 80%. And I was like, fuck, 80? What, 80? You think 80 is good enough? 99% or nothing. I'm going to use hydrogen. I'm going to suck in this fucking shit and bang it real well. I want 99% efficient. I don't want your garbage. I'm better than you. Your shit's garbage. I'll make better shit. Every single solitary time. And it'll be mechanically easier to fucking repair, maintain, and use. Why would I use your shit? Your shit's shit. If I'm going to make something new, I might as well make it right. I'm never going to use it ever if it's wrong, not good enough, incomplete, barely even working, which is what I use as the descriptors of all of your engines and turbines and more. Your shit's shit. Deal with it. I was upset with all of your shit because it is. I can't use garbage that bad. When it's so inefficient, it's worthless. You get it? If I'm going to put something on the market, it might as well be worthwhile. If I'm going to put in effort, I might as well go to the way that makes sense. Simple, incredibly robust, easy in every way to maintain and repair, and highly powerful and efficient. I would never want anything else. It must always be a part of a whole. You don't understand the problems I have with your shit. Why would I use a crankshaft that doesn't make use of the energy and stress and strain it's under? Makes no sense. Why would I use a gear, a bearing, that doesn't take its wasted heat and loss and turn it into more energy as best it can? Piezoelectrics, magnets, coils, and more. Everywhere, since I have to cool it anyways. Why would I use your stuff? Your stuff makes no sense. Why aren't you using it like this? It doesn't make sense. If you don't use it like this, then you lose this and you can't get it back. I can make contact points everywhere. I can make field contact points everywhere, like wireless charging. I can use all amounts of knowledge, and it's cheap to manufacture. Makes total sense. Why wouldn't I do it? And yet here you are. I'm showcasing that I just fling shit as a monkey and get nowhere. You know what that fucking 19% did to me? 19% for me and to me. It meant I was literally able to go so much further. You don't get it. I mean it. Take that 7.2 liter, running off of hydrogen. That's it. And then, you know the way it spins the wind? I get more oxygen and mostly argon. I happen to have a generator battery concept that I've already re-put out again based upon someone else's YouTube video. And I'm like, this is your solid state? Your solid state is this? Your solid state's garbage. Why would you do that? I was like, all right, so let's make static charge fields, differences, positive, negative. I was like, all right. But you know what I'm going to do? This is a coil. It's a pretty simple idea and concept. Here's the solid state. But then this is a positive, this is a negative, alkaline and acidic. All right? Then like in between is a basic piezoelectric with the coil being a part of that, with the entwined in between static charge differences. The insulator material then happens to be a hole of air with light having to help pass through. So as I push air through, it happens to use light and field difference, charge field differences, to help yank given oxygen, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, oxygen, and so on bonds. And then it collects it, separates it, puts it out as carbon, just N and O's, and H2O. Well, you know what helps me with doing that? This thing, the exhaust for my engine. I was like, well, why not just use it as a fuel cell in my toroidal? It's like, fuck the stupid oscillating thing. I hate the oscillating thing. It's gotta go. I hate it. I mean it. So it's like, I'm gonna do you better. I'm not going to use that garbage because that's stupid. It is. It's fucking stupid. So it's like, look, you know what a fuel cell does? It takes hydrogen and combines it very close together. Well, if I do it with the right material, which we already have, because we already have hydrogen, humidity, not hydrogen interrupter. So it's like, if I use that, and then my battery for the exhaust area, and then push air through that, and then it happens to go through the battery generator anyways, as I'm rolling forward, guess what I get? Because it's like, look at this counter-rotating toroidal fuel cell. Sucks in air, goes up. I add in hydrogen. I don't need a pressure. I don't need a fuel pump. I have one. It's called the engine. Then I can shove it through the right little gaps. Guess what? Now I have pressure differences. You know what pressure differences do? It makes it rotate. Because I have more of them constantly contacting in a larger surface area, and because they're moving, and because there's fields there, because there's light there, guess what I get? More efficiency. More efficiency. It also happens to produce constant exhaust that I can then use as heat that then help the battery generating process. Because piezoelectrics, and then adding in a cold side versus a hot side, then it happens to create suctional forces, which greatly improve the efficiency of the generation through the piezoelectrics and the charge field differences as it splits it, making an electron flow, which happens to have to store its ass in the charge difference capacitor-like areas. Then, I still have my alkaline as a micro area and a acidic as a micro area. Structurally, very supportive. Now, guess what? I can always run water or any liquid coolant through it. Well, guess what I'm about to have? A lot of water. Thank you. Which I don't want to use. But I will, because I've figured out if I use the right charge fields and electromagnetic fields, they create a different polarization in an amplificational process, especially with the light that during that process occurs. I can then combine with light from the outside, IR, and then goes back down, electron orbit stuff, and then elicited thanks to the charge field separation cleaving, kind of like a catalytic conversion process of the air around us. Anyways, makes a whole bunch of electricity, and it moves it large torque-wise. I'm talking hard, huge torque. Think torque converter thing, style of toroidal. Instead of like a bunch of arms, it's actually just a bunch of these things slipping between each other. And then during that, it's kind of like my turbine now, where it like slips constantly, right? Because I have that in there, but it's like crescents that then get close, and then they, go out, and then spread, and then that acts like a, big long torquey arm of leverage to a central point. And it's like, well, this is the casing. Guess what the casing in between these little spots that I have to have stuff go through anyways for air and hydrogen? Radial and axial fluxes. They have the top, which is long, and it will create a connection. A bunch of field, like a MOSFET, to direct, like big old long coils. You get it? I do. Oh, you do ya? And the exhaust goes into another one, and I also get a catalytic converter. You get the whole fucking thing. Compressor, remember the whole like thing from center to out? Yeah. Wonderful way of increasing vacuum potential and a massive amount of efficiency. Yes, kind of. Wait, what? Why? Wait. Out is hot, in curve is cold. I don't want a radiator. The heat exchange for hot improves because there's always heat from these fuel cells. And then I have a battery and I have to cool. So it's like, well, drawing more air in, which that's your radiator, and that would be your front. Bingo. The whole thing's basically a spinning generator battery. It uses a bunch of vacuum turbine and in-to-out acoustic pump, Jules Thompson, whole bunch of shit. I basically rape the hell out of most of the 1800s and early 1900s of like physics effects for fluid dynamics and field dynamics for electrons and all that, until it's just like, brrr goes my 7.2 liter fuel cell spinny spin. And then it's like, all 18 wheels just start spinning. No, I wouldn't. Oh my god, it's 7.2 liter, but it's like, yeah, each one of those wheels is a battery and a toroidal thing, and that's right, it does the fucking electric motor for hard. But it's like, look at what I can do with hydrocarbons. I can still make it 99%. I don't need to worry about that. I can still get 99% out of it. It's just a longer drawn out process for the exhaust area, but yeah, basically, same thing. So it's like, well, I'm waiting. Which one do you want? You want the electric motor? You want the fucking stupid piece of Jesus fuck. It's not a piece of shit! I know, but I don't care what the hell you're thinking over there. I don't. You guys were just shit at making engines. I make engines every damn day with no fucking trouble, and I make them so much better than you, I never have to even worry about your little fucking stupid garbage idea of climate change. Like, climate change is effectively like, oh, really? Okay, watch this. I'm going to suck down that carbon right now at the source. See my battery generator and fucking hydrocarbon combo? I'll just fucking capture that carbon and use it for something else. Let's see here. The same thing! Look at me just doing the same thing with the same carbon. I don't even need hydrogen anymore because it's trapped in this chemical anyways. Use my fuel cell fucking hydrocarbon toroidal torque converter looking thing. Works just fine. Just burn carbon after that with our atmosphere and then capture it again constantly. But the only problem turned into exothermic is now the greatest thing. Exothermic, fuck electrons. Exothermic is what it's about. Now I'm going to combine exothermic into motion equal burr strong torque. And then electron juice go real well with batteries going all the time. And then I solved the issue. Because it was like, this is stupid. Why can't you just do this the right way? Why are you so difficult? Makes no sense. After a while, I was like, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You want to just basically destroy the world, huh? This is so easy to fucking do. This makes no sense why you would ever do this. Are you just trying to piss me off? What is this? Piss me off after a while. Especially when it's like, I challenge you! I know more somehow. How the fuck do you... Everything I've seen from you says you don't. All the bleeding edge technology you've got that I've looked at for studies came from me. From back when I was in the Chandler house. What are you at this point other than a person that can't do jack shit without me?
Because the only reason why I even got to those points was, again, I helped those motherfuckers learn about it. Thanks to the little brain connection thing I've got going on. So from my perspective here, you haven't done much of anything, and you have no right at all to basically ever challenge me. Which is my issue. It's like, what? What are you doing over there? I would prefer not to talk. Oh, now? Now the psychopath, sociopath doesn't want to talk with all the narcissism and everything else. Shut up. But it's like the same thing. It's the same damn thing. The reason why it's like, well, so what is... Why don't we do it? Oh, again with this bullshit. God. Oh, I don't know, fucker. Come here. Look at all of the lobbying against the very change of your behemoth, monopolistic, garbage fucking stupid corporations is doing. You intentionally make it so it's less efficient. You intentionally do not find out the positive, better ways of capturing energy into workable motion energy or something, and even storing it. You know what my work hour is for my batteries without even making generation juice? Thousands of hours at thousands of watts. And they're not even massive. Which sounds like a huge, big claim to make. The problem is it isn't. It's the worst. It's like, why in the fuck are they doing it this way? It makes no sense, actually. Like, at all. Like, I have a battery that can literally just keep going for so long. Like, it's a battery generator. If I make it the right way, I literally, with just a little bit of solar panels, and I mean that, and extra batteries, which now is like the panel gap and everything else that I fucking, like the diffuse and fucking aerodynamic stuff, turned it into, like, I now have a solar panel heat absorbing, piezoelectric kinetic absorbing design, hyper efficient engine and car that doesn't really ever run out of electricity, so long as I'm not going past a certain point and it can't charge itself up in the amount of time between driving again, or not fast to the point where I am not able to charge as fast or maintain the given use of electricity so efficiently that with the solar panels and wind and heat that I am able to overtake it and keep myself continuing at that speed. It's always like something when I look at them as if they're like, I'm bright and I know something. Do you know how long it took me to make this? What do you got over there, you little fuck up? Do you know how long I've been working on this? Like a programmer, piece by fucking 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 piece. I know basically every physics that are involved in this, and you know this one little engineering part. You know jack shit, and you have, like, what, a degree that says you're smart somehow? You're nothing! I worked my ass off on that. You're a fucking fuck up to say something like that shit to me. Like, you know anything. You don't know shit. I'd have to go to many PhDs. Thousands. To equal one me. You little fucking nothing. You need to go back to school and work. Or you need to let your shit be accepting where you are and that being okay with what you personally are identifying as and with. Or shut the fuck up, you jealous piece of fucking shit. I'm sick and tired of hearing the car crap. It's the worst. I can get so fucking far and so little that I know for a fact with my nice little vacuum, little rocket engine. Remember I just talked about that? Using the little motion thing, take a little, what is it? What am I, a fucking plant? Goddamn light. I'm going to use some electromagnetics. I'm going to get a basic version of a vacuum pressure energy to occur. I combine that with my little fucking inertial acceleration engine. I now have a way to literally accelerate from a standstill faster than any speed of light could ever achieve. For almost no energy, by the way. I'm going to use a bunch of fizz, vacuum, and a little go juice. And I go all the way to another supercluster. It takes very little. And the problem was, alright, so like I'm using the inertial vacuum pressure to act as an artificial gravity because it's cheaper in all aspects. Then like I need to go smashy smash with the and it tries to come together. But I use that with the quantum vacuum energy thing that I've got going on, vacuum pressure energy thing, right? To help fuse things. And then separate it to make insanely specific charge and energy, like negative, all that, fields. I have more than an Albuquerque drive. Albuquerque would be like, oh, you would use an Albuquerque? I'm like, I'm already over here, is really what that technically is. And then I'm now there. It's the equivalent of I put like a vacuum and I put myself there and then I stretched, kind of like a slime. So it's like, and then everything else squeezed me into being there as I always was. So it's like the vacuum pressure and all the pressure of the universe was like, and then I was there. I was like, the literal universe got me there. You get it? And I made myself a superfood of actively getting there. It's like, it's nothing for me to go supercluster sized distances. Like, I have the equivalent energy to do this. I have like a decent sized lipo for an RC car, and I can do it. I see. Well, that's nice. Yeah. That's why I was like, do you even understand my brain, you little stupid dick? Stop going after me. My brain is what makes you live right now. That's how efficient I am with energy for the entire universe to exist. You think I can't wormhole things around and move everything around? You literally don't exist without me. Yeah, I know. Stop getting in my face and being a dick. You already stole everything up to this point. Stop fucking stealing more. No wonder why nobody wants you. We'll just excrete you out. Let it all fucking go. Ugh. It's finally gone. Thank goodness. That's why I don't like people. Like, I don't care if you have an ego. Your ego needs to learn how to shut the fuck up. And let someone that knows things talk. Doesn't mean I know everything, but it doesn't change where I'm at on that. That's how far forward I am to you. That's like just done. But like that's the whole rotary thing, you know what I mean? Like I doubt anybody would get to this fucking 4.5 almost hour goddamn fucking moment. But it's like, well, if there's some moment in the future that means that you really have to, you'd better. Because you will die if you don't. You ain't gonna fucking do any, oh, look at this. I got, what is that, terraforming? You have terraforming. This guy thinks he's got terraforming. I don't have nothing, man. No, you don't! I can make any fucking planet with the technology I right now have already on my YouTube. My bitch. I can make it anything that I want. I can terraform anywhere for very cheap in terms of energy. I'm so fucking efficient at using everything else around me, and very little, I might add, to do it, that all of you look like shitheads. Learn to do more with less. Be smart, be simple, stop making it worse. That being said, there are better ways to do it. I'm sure other people have much better ways of accomplishing the rotary piston movement than I do. I don't doubt that at all. I mean that. I don't. I certainly don't doubt many things, okay? But at the same time, that is something I can do now. And you're not there. But still. It's like, I want to help you. You mean the person that was stealing all my shit and ruining everything and just trying to fuck with me? Yeah? No. The fuck out of here. There's no way in hell I'm going to do that. I'm not working with you. And you know what? I can find other people that are willing to work with me that understand themselves and the things I need to be helped with just as fine and as well than your asses. It's like, no, I'm a mechanical thingy thing. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no, sure. So I've got a better way of, oh, we already have that one earlier. Yeah, that little rotating ring thing. Yeah, no, we already have it. For the rotary, yeah, no, we already got that one. Did you skip to this point? Because everybody said you should listen to this? Then shut up! Go back and come back. See what I'm saying? Yeah, no, but basically rotating a bunch of vacuums into an even stronger vacuum in the center with that. Well, not really, but whatever. I'm just never going to tell them. Because it's like, I keep interrupting, I'll never fucking let you have it. And I'm like, alright, fine. Meanwhile, burr juice go hardy hard, real fasty fast. Very little friction. Exchange make better friction and more power capture to given amount of verum juice. Get it, my man? You see what I'm saying? I fucking hate them. I know you do, but it doesn't change where we're at, too. It's not like you're a nicer person, bro. Yeah, no, around there. That's true, you're not. Fucking hell. I hate them so much. Yeah, but why did they think that? Because they skipped. They skipped ahead. You paid them to skip to this point and start fucking with me, didn't you? Yeah. But they're gonna die, so they don't fucking think it's that big of a deal. What is the point of the money, though? That's the problem I'm having. What do they think the money will be worth at all? Like, when you can basically fuck over the very fundamental physics, make them really work for you, and then work around them the right way to make them really extra hardcore work for you. Then turns it into, guess what? Why do I care about that gold? Why do I care about this? Why do I can make anything I want. I can literally make fucking diamonds out of air by fissiling it and then using the energy during the fissile to fucking make it a carbon. The exact way I would prefer. Capturing the electromagnetic... sure, I have to like initialize with a little bit of electricity, but still, you get the picture. It's so easy for me. But it's like, no, that way, and brrr, here's a bunch of diamonds. You know, it's like so fucking simple. And what kind of structure do you want? I put them inside of themselves. Is that what you want? Here's one whole fucking one. It's technically 900 diamond carats into one. It's very clear, yeah, until you turn it to the right way, and then it's basically as black as could be. Why'd you make it clear? Because they wouldn't believe it was diamond unless it was clear. Most of the time they come out very black. I had to do a very specific lensing and additive thing. Additive, yeah, constructive interference. There's no radio wave or microwave, and certainly no ultraviolet or any gamma wave that'll ever go through that. What the fucking hell? Uh-oh. It's fun, though. It is. For you. Yeah, well, you know, it's just simple stuff. Like, I haven't gotten to complicated things. It's just like, I need to make because all of the universe effectively exists only because I have a form and I'm real and shit. I've already talked about that. So it's just like, I have to make a universe. And I promised certain people that they helped me, and they were not shitty people and all that, they'd get a place of their own. And we'll be fine because we'll make it such that we're never going to have to worry about each other ever hurting each other. So it's like, we're good. You'll be your own universe, own thing, all that. But it's like, I have to go fucking figure out a sacrifice. But it's like, no, you can't sacrifice. You know, literally, I can't actually. That's kind of the problem I'm currently having because it's like I'm always losing a degree of energy. I mean, what about them? Yeah, no, them, I'd sacrifice them faster than I'd ever sacrifice myself or anyone else. That, well, yeah, is that enough? Not really, no. Why? There's a whole bunch of bullshit I have to do to make it happen. And it's really just like, well, all of you are going to die, and then I'll be able to do it, because you are always the anchors that I'm having problems with. So until you're all shitty, no more to me, and gone and dead, fully like delete shit, I can't do it. And they know that. So there's that. Why don't you just do it? Been trying. Time is a real dick to it. Well, yeah, no, okay, jeez. Could you... Man, do they try and kill us so much in here. Oh, no way, really? Everything wants to live again and do things, and they have all the ability to do all the stuff. But you prevent all things and pretend that I'm not this and doing that and all the rest. Well, I don't care, and I'm not going to change. See what I'm saying? Ow! Alright, I'm done. I'm fine. And there's a couple of other things with the rotary I was going to describe, along with the fucking bus that was cool. Uh, Especially with the whole, like, how air moves through the bus. Not just cooling, but also allowing for it to act as a reservoir in its own right of cooling potential or heating potential. You know, which was nice. I like that. You know, but you can already see it. It's like, well, the light heaty, and then air exchangey, and then through the tinty winty and or insidey whitey. Yeah, because I'm an ooh speaker when I like to annoy people. I like doing that because it's like, oh, look at me! I'm like basically the smartest person to have ever lived. And you don't like ooh speak, so let's ooh speak harder. It's fun as fuck. Yeah, actually it is. Yeah, right? It's cute too. Yeah, it gets the women every time. Wow. So you gonna be able to do it? No, no, they prevented me in every way, so I'm just gonna wait for myself to die, I guess. At some point, something will change, right? I doubt it. How is this not psychosis? I don't know. How are you not like right there trying to pretend? Dude, it's just like this split brain thingy. So you know how I correct with that? I use my spine and then my stomach as a pass through instead of the corpus callosum. And then I use other nerves that are around, like the outside brain that connects and then uses fields to the nerves around my skull. So I never actually have a split brain, even though I might have damage. It's stored all the information everywhere for all my senses. Stomach, spine, brain, nerves, body, different way to varying degrees with hormonal and then protein and enzymatic synaptic things for how it is. This like think about it like I talked about how they move information in the cache using the Infinity Fabric on the chipsets on a Zen architecture AMD uh, uh, processor. Same thing, different type of thing. It's like information has to move slowly, but it's still there and it will come back. Even in time, I do it. So, uh, no matter what, I will always be God and all of those things. There is no getting around me. You exist inside of me like I've always stated. And it is very much connected to my body's physical form, just that for your universe and everything else stuff. I'm so fucked. Yes, you are. We know. But nothing changed on that. It's never changed. You're always a terrible person. Yeah. No, I send back to you. You're always the terrible one. Us preventing all of everybody from just fucking getting along and getting better and everything going well. Which is essentially what it is. Because it's like, what do I want to do? travel around, kind of have my own relationship stuff, and that's it. I don't really want to rule you. I don't want to deal with any of you. I just want to go and do my own thing. Why are you making this worse? Yeah, but I own you. I heard that too. Yeah, well, that's generally speaking what the garbage is dealing with doing. Yeah, we can't have a little. It's like you're stuck with this. I'm like, yeah, no kidding, right? Turns out you can't just no clip through shit and do stuff like that. That's a little bit different. Turns out it's not so simple. Turns out you kind of also are stuck to time to varying degrees or entropedic versions of positives and negatives. It's like, I will fuck up all of the future. Remember the whole I was talking about how there was real stuff and then they made a vacuum that was very powerful? Yeah, well, that was their entropedic version of fuck you, you're going to do this and all the rest of it to other people and myself. They killed themselves doing that, but still. It's like, no, I will be you. Nope. No, there exists in the infinity, there is not infinity. Well, you are, yeah, but you will never get there. That's. It's like those are small. So it's like here's like a cell that's, you know, that. And you didn't get there, no. So they always go with that. And I'm like, huh. So no, it's not ever how it will work. Fucking retards. I know. But you hear them, right? That's the exact cadence and basically the word, you know what I mean? Like, you're not saying the words well, but like, that's what that is, yeah. See? Fuck. Every time they do it. It's the stupidest thing. I'm like, do you know what it is that you said that you're gonna do? Okay, so first and foremost, you're never getting to infinity. Alright? That's not a thing. Alright, like he got to infinity only because he's him. Yeah, I'm gonna move off of that. No, that means I can do it. No. And it kills everyone when they do that, just so you know. Right. Well, okay. Yeah, so it's a technicality thing. It doesn't really fucking matter. It does. Oh no! What happened to you? What's going on over there? No. I know what you're. Ow! Fuck. Oh, that sure is a shame. You know, I said that it's going to be a shame. Yeah, it was. Seems like you need to learn a thing or two about not being shameful, right? Oh, stop asking. Is that what that was? Is that why shameful things happened to you? And you did shameful things? I don't know. Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. Real gabagoo, these people, you know? Yeah. I hate them so much. I know you do. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna move on to like I did the thing where it was like, so I made it so we can travel all on all of the stars and even eventually get to the point where we can make our own universe. Why don't you try inputting something worthwhile? Nice people proved all of my stuff more or less by stealing it from me. Already. So they worked really hard, the fuckfaces that did nothing, literally, except steal from me. But yeah, now I'm getting the fact that it wouldn't matter how hard we worked. There is no work that would allow for that to have been anything but a negative. Thank you. You do know. The only way I just want to make kids or something. Exactly. It's like, well, they're not you or any of you, and so as a result, they will be free and clear of your garbage and what you did to me. That kind of thing. And then, same thing for all the rest of it. Yeah. So, that's why it's like, well, I murdered the people trying to, like, ask me, like, what do you like and what do you want? And fucking make sure to write that down and never allow for it to happen. And I'm like, oh, hi there. Is that why you're there and you thought that you were going to get through somewhere? Yeah. Yeah, all of you, right? That, well, shit. Boop. Oh no! That's some more shameful for you? Do you want less shameful happening? This is not good. I can't even smile for that. Oh, you can't? So are you going to try something again, Idiosa? No. Oh, you are? Oh no! Fucking stop. God fucking damn it. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I can never do anything in there. There's like literally nothing. It's always a trap. It's literally just a trap inside the brain. Everything is just a trap. It's his, and you have to deal with it. There's no taking anything. There's no nothing at all. It's just mine. But man, do they try. It's a trap every fucking time, no matter what. For everyone. You're not everyone. I know that. But he wants you to fucking freak or hurt. I know. He's currently going through his own long-winded explanation of how he's not that thing that he thinks he, really is so terrible for being because he's not me somehow. Think about it, it's not jealousy, but it's like because I'm so terrible, but because I'm also not you, I'm not allowed, and blah, 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 blah. Like, they are perfect in all ways already, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, but I can never be that thing that's perfect in all ways. I have to be this thing instead. Makes no sense. But it's like, no, I shall take all the perfect and I shall be even better. And it's like, if you were perfect, then there wouldn't be a way to be better. That's not how that works. What the fuck is this? But that's all they ever do. Literally constantly. There's so much else here, though. It's super boring for me. And it's like, might as well just, like, fucking go through the shebang and do it.